Good evening, one and all. It is Sunday, it's the end of the week, and it is time that we would normally jump into Warframe directly. But today we are looking at what Warframe will become. Today's focus is indeed on the two dev workshops we have got access to since the dev stream that came out. Absolutely. More ads? Yeah, so it's a very unfortunate thing at the start of streams that until the first batch of auto ads have played, there are pre-roll ads. And once those are done, no more pre-roll ads happen for the entire rest of the stream. It is a Twitch issue, and a Twitch issue that I am not a fan of. Unfortunately, I have no way to stop that. I have the ads set to run as early as possible at the start of stream, so that they get out of the way and we could just get on with enjoying the content together. I can't change that any better than I have already done. So, ads will happen. The pre-rolls will no longer be active for the entire rest of the stream. The entire rest of them. But yeah, there will still be mid-rolls. They happen every 20 minutes. You get 1 minute of them every 20, which means you still get 95% of the content outright without interruption. That little 5%, subscribe. And if you can't, that's what the 5% is for. That's what the 5% is for. Alright then, so, as I say, the focus will be to go over these dev workshops. I've already moved my camera over to a different part of the screen to help with that there, so I'm not blocking any of the bits and pieces. I'm blocking the close window button. That should hopefully be not too much of a concern as we go through this. But if at any point I do stupidly leave my camera in the way, then do let me know in chat, and I'll move my camera out of the way of whatever important, relevant thing is we're trying to look at. I've also zoomed in the forums here because they just have that huge border down the side, so in case you're wondering how that's gone, don't worry, I'm not somehow running on a 1280p screen, I've just zoomed it in. It just seems most reasonable use of space all the way throughout. Valkyrie rework. Valkyrie's been changed, and a lot of people are pissed because how dare Valkyrie, who has one of the highest amounts of armor in the game, go from having invulnerability to not invulnerability. But let's break this down on a more technical level, shall we? Rather than going with the emotional approach. Let's have a look as to what's actually changing, where the buffs are, where the nerfs are, and why everyone should be so pissed off. Or if they should be so pissed off. As stated here, Valkyrie's rework focuses on her core identity, the rage of a berserker. So, it's a top-to-bottom ability refresh, no new abilities, but the existing abilities are significantly overhauled to better match the theme, the vision that DE have for her. And why is she being touched rather than Oberon or Chroma or any other Warframe you may think may be in a worse position? Well, this is why, because she's also getting an heirloom skin. That is right up number one, what is happening there. So going through these bits and pieces then, we have the passive changing. Embrace the rage with her new passive. Valkyrie's updated passive will work hand in hand. Okay, wordiness aside, I'm going to skip straight to the detail there. Valkyrie accumulates rage when killing enemies, increasing her melee damage up to 300%. She consumes her rage, if above 75%, to prevent death and become invulnerable briefly. Now, firstly, a couple details on this. The 300%, I don't think it's been made clear anywhere through this if it is a additive or multiplicative buff, and that is significant if we compare it to buffs like with Garuda. Garuda also has a damage scaling mechanic on gaining kills. It is a bloodlust on Garuda's side of things. So whether or not that's going to happen here, if it is going to be multiplicative, or if it's just going to be a super primed pressure point, isn't very clear at this point in time. Pablo said additive? Oh good, they're putting detailed not in the dev blogs. Where did Pablo say additive, please, Proto? Where was that one? Because if he mumbled it through the video, then fair enough. Twitter. There is another element of rage one may have, and that is to have details included in it anywhere but the dev blog. Well, thank you very much for the inclusion there, Proto. You're doing it correctly, you're letting people know. Pablo is doing it Pablo. And throwing out numbers, forgetting to include the specifics, and then including those on Twitter. Yeah. Alright, cool. Gonna move past that. So it's supposedly an additive buff. Brilliant. Now, it also says if above 75%, Valkyrie will consume her rage, and I love that they're using 75% and 300% interchangeably when everyone here knows that those are not the same percent metrics. Everyone knows that because we saw the demonstration that they had in the dev stream. The little marker was about 3/4 of the way up, which is what 75% would be, but that is not at 75% melee damage. I don't know why they felt the need to refer to it as 75% rather than 225%, which would have made it perfectly obvious. But sure, keeping to DE fashion, they have gone for representing two different numbers in the same way without explaining that they're doing it any way other than the same way. Which could be done better, let's be honest now. They know the numbers, why aren't they giving the numbers? Why just run around in circles on it? With this passive, gaining that damage, it is a real-time thing, so no snapshotting, they say. Is built up from kills, it is built up from assists, it is built up significantly from finisher kills and mercy kills, and built up a little bit from just melee hits. From what it looked like on the dev stream, it looked like the melee hits were individually contributing to it, but it only refreshed like every second or so. It wasn't clear to me exactly where the triggers were, so that will require testing. That will all depend on how it comes out. In addition to that, the whole melee hits bit, will it be per hit? So if you have a multi-hitting attack across many enemies, is that going to be for every single hit that it counts? Or is it if you hit an enemy multiple times with a single attack, that's only one? If you hit multiple enemies with a single attack, is that only one? It does say it can be triggered multiple times per enemy, but that doesn't state if it can be triggered multiple times per attack on that enemy. So I'll have to see how that works as well. That is all detail that we're just going to have to dig into as and when they actually release it. And again, this is very much subject to change. They made that clear to us that the amount of damage, that the threshold for death avoidance is all subject to change. Yo! The Wicked Wench 18, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Welcome into the channel proper and enjoy your lovely blue sub badge. The emotes, the access to support the Tea Lounge, but I'm sure the most important thing to you right now, no more ads.
Oberon and Limbo still dying in the void of obsolescence.
Oberon definitely is my #1 pick for needing work. Limbo less so, but I can see where the need is on that, but Oberon definitely. Shezbot, thank you as well for subscribing with your Prime up onto 19 months. The two of you there refreshing the hype train. It's now reached level 2. Cheers for that. Cheers indeed. Now, rage also stops decaying whenever you briefly gain rage. This is identical to what happens with Garuda. Otherwise, it just decays a bit over time. Nothing too crazy there. This is a very Garuda-esque feel to it. And considering that they both use claws to rip and tear their foes into bloody piles, I guess that kind of makes sense. But it does feel a little bit carried over. It's not the most engaging of a passive, not the most inspired passive overall. But it's the passive that they're bringing in, and it does still give you a damage buff compared to the previous passive, which was a big ball of nothing, really. So yeah. Consumable Rage, if at 75%, 225%, or above, when dealt lethal damage to prevent death, and gives Valkyrie 3 seconds of vulnerability. Those 3 seconds to give you time to either build back up, or more likely, just get out of whatever very dangerous situation it was. And Valkyrie still has her immunity to hard landings. Still got that cat-like grace. So yes. Does it mean plus 100% gore chance for Valkyrie? Does which mean, sorry, because nothing here is calling that out yet, so if you're referring to somewhere else, we'll have to get to what you're on about. Now, in terms of the base stats, the passive, does it... Bloody... If I have to control F and find the word bloody for you, it's not even in here. Sorry, Shezbot, I don't know what you're referencing. Nothing in here has used the word gore so far, or talked about gore, so I don't know why you're bringing up gore. I don't know how to help you on that one. Alright then, on to the Warframe stats. Additionally, Valkyria's base health and armor are being increased. With this, her effective health points should be doubled. Well, let's have a look at that, shall we? Let's have a look at that. So new base Valkyria health and armor are going up from 450 from 270 and to 800 from 630, and the prime a little bit higher again. So let's just run that number. The base health increase is just the base health increase, we can see that there, but the armor increase, if we run that through, we go 1 minus 800 divided by 1100 is the new damage received. And if we divide that by 1 minus 630 over 930 for the old damage received, Valkyria will be receiving about 15% less damage than before. If we run that all through, 450 divided by 270 divided by divided by that ratio, it comes out to 1.97. This is increasing the HP by about double, as it says. Just double checking the math there. You never know. You really never know. And let's do the same here for the prime. 1 minus 935 over 1235 divided by the 1 over 735 divided by 1035 is again a this time an 84-ish percent, 83.8%. So that is about 16% less damage taken as a result of the armor straight up there. And then if we run that through the numbers again, 450 to 270, it comes out to 1.99. Almost 2 times. So yeah. Pretty much as they're saying there, that just doubles the base immediate tank that Valkyria has. And because of the way that that works with mods as well, that the 100% gain to health from Vitality doubles that again, she is going to be in a chunkier position. Just a little chunkier position. So yes. Circuited Geek say, my thing is, at least how I understand it, armor reduction is capped at 90% at 3000, so why would we bother going past 3000? Because both of those things are incorrect. First of all, the 90% cap is for enemies, not for players. We have a different armor system to enemies. Second of all, it's 90% reduction is at 2700, not 3000 armor. So on a double whammy there, neither of those things you picked up were correct, sorry. Which is probably why none of this was making sense to you. We can go as high as we want, so long as we have the means to get there. Alright then, on to the actual abilities with this lovely graphic kind of demonstrating the core of the change right here. We can see that Ripline no longer cancels until Valkyria reached the end of the line, so she could just keep going. You can cancel it partway through by doing a jump. Your jump in midair is reset every time you cast Ripline, so you can keep cancelling and use that to fly around. And most crucially, what it does to enemies. No longer if you target an enemy will it fling the enemy off behind you. Instead, where you're pointing your Ripline will consistently be where you are going. You'll know that you're going that way rather than the enemy coming past your ear. Doing a radial pull in the process, and then you're landing a melee attack when you get there. And that melee attack is going to be using whatever melee you have equipped at the time. If that's your talons, that is a 100% follow through melee attack. So that is going to cause a bit of pain. Yes, the base range is indeed a 7 meter radius pull. It scales with your range stat. If you have just overextended on there, 7 times 1.9, that is a 13.3 meter radius pull. And range modification does not go without saying, because there are plenty of abilities which do not scale off of stats, despite everything about them suggesting they should. So it's always worth verifying on that. It is always worth verifying. Now, if we just have a look at something real quickly here, we'll come back to the armor page. Let's go for lava. Let's go for lava. Lava, by default, has a base crab range of 12 meters rather than 7. That is significantly higher. But when subsumed, it becomes only 8 meters. And the reason I'm picking up on that is because of that 8 meter range on it. So that is 1 meter more than Valkyria's new pull ability here. You have to cast it out at a distance and wait for it to pull enemies in, versus Valkyria casting out at a distance and pull herself in. It doesn't give you the leap into action, and it is still just a one-time pull. As opposed to, say, Ensnare, which does a pull and then a secondary pull, or as opposed to something like Vortex, which has a continuous dragging in effect. So compare it to Lava. If you are satisfied with using Lava as a grouping ability, that's what you'll be looking at there. That is what you'll be looking at there. It compares pretty much directly to Lava, on top of getting Valkyria into the fray. Just slightly smaller range than that. If anything, normalizing that to 8 meters wouldn't be a terrible shout. Would not be a terrible shout. As I was saying, do note with running both tank mods, range might be pretty hard to fit, especially since she's less likely to run overextended. The builds may be adjusted to account for that, Tom. The builds may be adjusted to account for that, or at the very least, people can decide different builds. We'll see how that all comes together, eh? But at the very least, that gives you an idea as to where the range can be. Not where range has been built on Valkyria before now, where range can be. Isn't pull in Helmet Force 7 meters? I honestly cannot remember that one off the top of my head. I was aware as to the radius of lava being a bit down. Let's see. Targeting range 25, but radial pull 6. What is going on with that radial pull? And then on Subsume, targeting range is 12.5 meters, so that is significantly higher. What's that radial pull about? Oh yeah, so there's a cone plus immediate 6 meters, got it. Yeah, that's what that is. That's fine. Alright then. So, mentioned all the bits and pieces there, but basically it's just going to throw you into it nice and quickly, all the way through, and then finish up with a melee attack if you are grouping enemies in the process. The augment is simply switching to Ripline is now free whilst airborne, parkour velocity is increased with mod rank. So Valkyria will really go full Spider-Man, or what do you want to go, Attack on Titan style, ODM approach, whatever is your flavour of comparing it to. Basically, she's going for more of that. Does the pull combo count for anything? So pull combo, from my understanding, is a reduction of the cost of subsequent pulls. Sorry, not pull, rip lines. Let's just verify that actually real quick. Rip line, the ability. Yep, if you recast, the damage goes up and the cost comes down. So it becomes double damage, half cost on the second one, and then quadruple damage, 1/4 cost on the third and subsequent ones. So that's what it seems to be pulling out there. That damage being the slash damage. Now that slash damage, is that changing? No, we do see there is in fact AoE ability slash on the start. That is AoE ability slash opening up there. So that could be pretty nice for at least low level stuff, getting that AoE banger in there, but mostly it's going to be the efficiency of it if you are repeatedly using it. So yeah. In terms of Ripline overall, honestly, I like it. We don't have the detail as to what it'll do against allies, or if we do have that detail, it's because it's been posted to Twitter and not in this dev workshop. But just going on the basis of the information we have here, I'm gonna go on the assumption that they're not changing that aspect because of the whole reason it interacts differently. But if they do change that, then that will mean the end of Warframe Golf, unfortunately. So, fingers crossed, but maybe not. Also looks like it charges the meter with that ability. Let's see, so the meter is 233, 233, cast, hit, 233, but then 300 on landing. No, that's the melee attack landing that. So the actual ability itself does not charge up the melee damage meter on Valkyria, but we do see it is charging up with the melee attack. That's what's happening there. Does this also mean you can't yank enemies off of Deimos now? True. True, you wouldn't be able to use Ripline to yank them off of Deimos. Unless you use the Arcwing for it, which is what I demonstrated in the opener of the That very old conservation video now. That was an ancient video now. I think that was August 2020. Somewhere around that ballpark. But yeah. In terms of Valkyrie doing it, less so. But you can still use the Arcwing, so it's fine. Alright then, on to Warcry. Warcry is receiving only minor adjustments as the ability already fits the bill in her reworked kit. It fits the bill so well, they gave it to Helmut System and let every Warframe use it. However, Warcry will now be able to buff allies who lose a Warcry buff alongside additional quality of life tuning. So it can be recast, always nice to have, just recastable abilities is a nice thing. Fun fact, this is also a buff for any Warcry Lavos out there. Don't know if there's many out there, but if there is a Warcry Lavos, making it recastable means that Lavos can cast it immediately when the ability runs out, or even before it runs out. So yeah. Warcry's base duration increased from 20 seconds instead of 15, so it's just a little bit longer. Ability effect spreads to allies within affinity range, which is just... well, I mean, it slightly removes the need for range, which is an interesting one, as it's being added into other areas of the kit, but sure. Also, it means that players can reacquire Warcry's effects when re-entering Valkyrie's affinity range. So if you die or get nullified, just be back within affinity range. My question is, do they lose it for going out of affinity range? But that's not quite so clear. Warcry no longer slows enemies, it's been moved to paralysis, so the slow is still there, it's just on the ability you're more likely to want to cast on demand, rather than the ability that you want to set and forget. Especially with the augment. Warcry's received a new casting animation, updated visual effects. They don't have the image here, but we did see on the dev stream, it meant that basically it could be cast whilst you're on the move. No longer do you just stop and then move on. And yeah, as I say, can be cast now moving. So overall, the main thing here is that the range of it applying has changed. It's recastable, it's got a base longer duration, it is re-inheritable for allies that lose the buff for some reason, and it is more forgiving on a movement basis. None of those jarring stops to recast it. Overall, that is positive. I mean, that's buff, buff, buff. Yeah, I guess that's a nerf, but it's been moved over to the ability you're more likely to be casting against enemies, not for allies. And then buff and buff. Did Warcry of all things need a buff? Apparently so. It got buffed. About the only thing that's not been changed there is the actual armor bonus on it, but that's going to be coming up in a bit. Now, as for paralysis, paralysis now brings additional functionality to double down on the ability to weaken your foes, while reconfiguring it from costing shields to energy. Enemies struck by paralysis now receive a base 50% melee damage vulnerability. This was very clear from what I said on stream when we saw the details, but I'm going to reiterate here. I had no idea that that faint little grey bar, is what it looks like, around enemies, around their health bar, was a damage vulnerability bar. I had no idea. In fact, I want to see this in-game for a moment. Because apparently this can be caused by Nezha and any other various sources of damage vulnerability, so let me just have a look at this one real quick. I was completely unaware of this. And a couple of people I've spoken to were also unaware, so evidently I'm doing a very good job of sharing my ignorance. Let me have a proper look at this. I have a feeling it was brought up at one point, but let's be honest, who here remembers everything mentioned in every patch note and every dev blog? I sure as hell don't. And as someone who mains a frame that doesn't apply a damage vulnerability effect, this one slipped over me. So here we have an Exo Goksad officer with a very normal yellow health bar showing they have armor on their health. And I believe if I slap them with this, there it is. So the health bar has now gained an effect on it. It's supposed to be a cracked or damaged health bar. Honestly, to me, it just looks like it's gained a mini overguard. And that's what it looks like to me. That's genuinely what it looks like. That it had a miniature overguard effect. But it wasn't overguard, so it looked more like some kind of bug, I'll be quite honest. And that's supposed to represent damage vulnerability. We have this giant armor icon next to it, showing where the armor is at, but damage vulnerability is this overlay. Yeah. I never would have guessed that. That looks like you've applied just a grey border. It's just a grey border. And as I say, it's too similar to Overguard. Far too similar. It looks like bugged Overguard or just mini Overguard. Yeah. That is a missed opportunity to have a proper viewpoint there. And yep, when the ring despawns, the outline despawns, the health bar looks a little bit more exposed. Oh wait, the health bar looks a little bit more exposed. How can it look more exposed when it loses its damage vulnerability? Mexet suffers from the same issue. It suffers from a very similar issue, but this is a case of coating a health bar in an extra layer to show that the health bar is more vulnerable. So if you've been completely unaware that that's what that was, if you had no idea that damage vulnerability was a border, yeah. How does it look like on non-armored enemies? Sure, let me bring that up for you. Let's grab ourselves a... well, yeah, if I just go Corpus, let's grab a Corpus Tech, because they're nice and easy to get a good view on. Let's bring in a Boiler as well. All pause enemies, so they won't attack each other. It'll be fine. And let's just... bam, bam, bam. So we got grey border, grey border, grey border. It is the same on all of them. It is, again, that it looks like there's a slight scuffing along the bar. Nicks and cracks in it. Or maybe just a spider took up residence and decided to leave a little trail on it. When I'm obliterating enemies at 100 kills per minute, that's what I'm supposed to notice? Yeah. It looks like it's protected, not vulnerable, absolutely. And that's why I never took it to mean vulnerability. So if there's something we can change to ye, how about we change that one? You legit can't make it out of 720p? I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. You would get exactly the same effect if you were to open up a tool in whatever photo editor you want to use. You'd selected the health bar and you just applied a 1 pixel drop shadow or 1 pixel border. And that's it. Change the color of the nameplates. They could do various things. Change the color of the nameplate. They could put a symbol on the left representing vulnerability, because then they could show what type of vulnerability, rather than have it show only when you're using melee, is what they're doing with Valkyria. There's various different things they could do, but this is not what they do. By the way, Ken, did you put the spider frame as a joke, or did I know beforehand about spider? See, now in hindsight, I can see how that looks. Honestly, I can see how that looks. I did the same thing as Steve of not knowing. I was just going with the bit. I put the spider frame joke in the video that I recently did because spider frame was getting mentioned more and more. I was like, you know what, yeah, sure, it works with the analogy of just how ridiculous this is. Let's be even more ridiculous. Spider frame. And then he announced one. Cool. I had no idea. I genuinely didn't think they were going to make a spider frame. But here we are. Here we are. So. Enemies struck by paralysis receive a base 50% melee damage vulnerability, which, unless they're going to change it, enemies and enemy health bars will have a V effect to indicate their vulnerability when a player acts or uses any melee weapon. It's going to be that little grey outline that actually looks like a mini overguard. Unless they change it, that's what you're looking out for. Accessibility fail right there. Protomatic saying the problem is Valkyria doesn't need more damage. Apparently D disagree with you. On that. Also, enemies struck by paralysis are slowed by a base 30%. This slow scales with ability strength. So that is a slow coming off of Warcry onto paralysis. The idea being you use buffs on allies, you use debuffs on enemies. So that's the entire reason for the move over there. You're casting paralysis on the enemies, so why not actually follow it up? That's where it's going with. I know that one person in the chat cannot wait to keep saying how much they hate that, and have given no reasoning for it other than saying they dislike it. So, you keep doing that. Sure. The shield cost has been removed. Casting paralysis now costs 50 energy. Just as a point of curiosity, how much did it cost before? Where's a quick link to Valkyrie? Paralysis was 5 energy. So, as much as you're no longer consuming some portion of your shields for it, let's say how much of your shields? Shield percentage used in damage calculation, counts for shields at point of cast. Here it's saying shields times 0.67, so just a third of shields? I think it's a third of shields, but instead that's now becoming 10 times more energy cost. Next to 5 energy. Oh. Expends 5 energy and unleashes 33% of a shield. Sorry, I wasn't looking for unleashes as a word there, so I glossed over that. My bad. Yeah. My bad. I skimmed a little bit too quick. My bad. Yeah, 33% shields. Alright. I skimmed over that. That's on me. Anyway, point is, the cost is going up tenfold to cast it, but also not consuming some small portion of shields. To cast this ability, it's gaining that melee damage vulnerability, it's gaining the slow that Warcry is no longer applying, but granted Warcry only applied it on casts to the enemies which are nearby, it did nothing to any future ones, and you previously couldn't recast Warcry whilst active, so that's just giving you access to slow where you couldn't before. It's going to have a base 400 impact damage, whereas previously it was 350% of the consumed shields. And Valkyrie has a base shield stat of 185, so you'll be using about 60 as standard there. 60 times 3.5, you're looking at, what's that? That's in the ballpark of like 200-ish damage. So they've doubled the base damage functionally. They've doubled the base damage, but also they've increased the cast cost tenfold to give us this slow effect and melee damage vulnerability. I don't see that as worth it. Honestly, I don't see that as worth it. Right? Cheers. I knew they said that they'd increase the cast cost. I hadn't looked into exactly how much they were increasing it. 50 energy from 5 is not it. That is a very expensive cast cost to have a base 30% slow. Even if you got a very high cap on that, which remains to be seen, that's 300% strength required to get that to a 90% slow, which is where you really notice. The base vulnerability, scaling with ability strength, is nice. So effectively, using this ability, you're getting strength squared onto your damage output. Almost. At least if your damage output is from strength. But still, that's a hefty energy cost. And as Zomas pointed out, I think about 4 times now, the base range on it is 10 meters. Yeah. Which is not going to go a huge distance. That's not going to go a huge distance whatsoever. So again, working within the melee approach of Valkyrie, That just doesn't seem so great. Is it going to be a channeled or active cast ability? This is an active cast ductile. Never has paralysis been channeled. It's just you cast it, you apply the effects. Petra asking, by the way, does 50% melee vulnerability mean plus 150% damage, or is it 200% damage? It's got to be effectively 150%. Whatever damage you deal half of that again, multiplied up by strength. If it was a resistance to melee was removed, which is where your 200% would come in, if they were taking away 50% of the do not die amount, then that would mean at 100%, at 200% strength, where this would be a 100% melee damage vulnerability, you'd be asking, oh, would that insta-kill them? And that's definitely not how it works. So, we're not dividing the damage by 1 minus the vulnerability, because that would just break. It is straight up a final bonus to the melee damage. I'm assuming it's a final bonus and not additive to anything, but then you never know how these things could go. Next thing you know, it turns out it's actually a faction buff. We'll see how they apply it, but I imagine it's going to be a final multiplier. And yeah, paralysis VFX, it's going to be updated a little bit to make it much more obvious something is happening. So honestly, this ability doesn't feel it. That ability doesn't feel it. Now, there is also the augment effect. Currently, affected enemies are pulled towards Valkyr and the stun duration is increased by a lot. A significant increase in the stun there, and it becomes a grouping effect. We have a grouping effect on the 1, but it looks like they are keeping that as well on the augment here. Enemies will also be ragdolled to group them up with the augment. They're saying the duration feel will still be the same, but that's still missing to me the fact that this cost has just gone way high. Way high increase. So overall, paralysis is a definite weak spot in this rework. I am not a fan of this, to be quite honest. The melee damage vulnerability, I get that the theme is there of it, but it just doesn't seem to open up enough to me. Paralysis doesn't strike me as a, oh, I'm a little bit more vulnerable to melee. Now, does this... The base ability also stuns enemies and damaging them, okay. The stun duration is increased a lot by the augment, so what is the actual duration of the stun? Even the wiki doesn't seem to know. Gotta check this. The wiki doesn't seem to have that info. Yep. Almost got there. Let's grab a Valkyr. Let's get a unmodded setup. Yeah, I'll just destroy this one. There we go. Let's grab a different setup. Let's destroy this one instead. Everything's going to be changing, so I might as well just destroy them. Alright then, paralysis. Let's see what goes on with you. We'll just leave these enemies over here. None of them have overguard. Let's see how long the finisher prompt appears for. They haven't even finished staggering, and it's gone. 1, 2, 3 seconds. It is a 3-second finisher window. Ooh, not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. Does it scale with duration? Let's have a look. I'll bring the augment in a moment. Let's start with just base duration. The wiki hasn't listed anything about it, but we can still see what effect we get. With prime continuity, any effect will be very, very noticeable. 1, 2, 3. No change. No change there, so duration has no effect on the base value. And then the augment. Prong paralysis. I haven't actually used this augment apparently. There we go. Effect duration 200%. Doesn't seem to scale with that. Okay. Let's run without it and just on the off chance run it with it afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey! Oh wait, no, it's just blocked a vision. Okay, sorry, I stopped counting. I didn't realize the marker would just vanish if I had a little bit of movement away from them. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on. Am I counting differently? I thought I was counting the same way, but humans are exceptionally fallible. So let me just get out a timer for this. Stopwatch. Three, 2, 1. Of course, I didn't account for casting animation. I'll do that again. I will do that again. So let's get this here. I am timing it exactly. Okay, so timing it, I got 7 seconds there. Timing it, I got 7 seconds. Mantis wanting us to switch up the music real quick. There we go. Alright. Let's just retest that without an augment, knocking them down and doing all the other bits and pieces. Three seconds, pretty much. Almost bang on the 3 seconds there. Petra asking, can we change the power of the lights or just the colour? Just the colour. What's the idle stance I got on Valkyria? No idea. Now, I can't rationalize that together very well. There may be some slight timing errors on my side, because again, humans are fallible. I can't be bothered to go through this frame by frame at the moment, but that doesn't feel like a straight up 3 times increase. I'm being told that strength can have an effect. So let's try it first with just blind rage and see if it feels a lot longer then. And if not, we'll try with the augment as well. 1, 2, 3, and it's out. No strength on the augment, yeah. Bit by bit, guys, bit by bit. Science is not done in leaps and bounds, it is done by dribs and drabs until you get the information. If you want to jump ahead, watch a YouTube video. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, okay. That was a significant increase. That was a basically double. 14 up from 7. Alright then. Petra got 12 on that. Of course Petra did. Okay. So, the duration of an effect is affected by strength on the augment. Just took it off, but I can't put this back to have a look. And yeah, it shows that there. Why? Why? That's so weird. Yeah. That's just weird. Okay, back to these deets then. So, Enemies struck by paralysis receive a base 50% melee damage vulnerability. There is no other change to the actual vulnerabilities being applied to them, and prolonged paralysis will ragdoll them to make it where they're actually being scooped up by the augment more reliably. Considering that Valkyr has quite a bit of melee damage already, that this is going up to a 50 energy ability, and that the passive really wants you to get finisher and mercy kills, why are we getting a 50% melee damage vulnerability scale by strength, rather than just making that 2-point-something second window of finishers a lot longer, again opened up with ability strength? Take the idea that the augment scales with strength, slap it onto the base nature of the ability, and just let the augment be a triple. Just let the augment be a triple. Because a little bit of extra damage... Okay, not a little bit. A lot of bit of melee damage vulnerability is cute and all, but it doesn't really fit. Other than just being more damage. And again, with a 50 energy cost for it. Not a big fan there. Not a big fan. So, overall... Doesn't feel amazing. Doesn't feel amazing. And yeah, the energy cost is my biggest bugbear there. A 50 energy cost on that one is quite a bit of energy. Because then either you are really funding your energy income to be casting this in every next small group of enemies, or you're just not going to want to cast it. Yeah. Mel J saying vulnerable effect sounds mildly overkill for anything that isn't attenuated enemy or Xmas. Exactly, and if it's attenuated, is it even going to be affected by this? That's hard to say. 3 is probably the subsume slot. I'd agree, honestly. The 3 is probably going to be the subsume slot in general. Cheers, Luke. D is encouraging this ability to be used often for slow and vulnerability. Yeah. Which, again, it's a slow in a relatively small area. And it's a damage vulnerability which... you're just going to be cleaving through them anyway. I'm not sure what the exact aim is with this one, but this doesn't seem to be it. Also, isn't me or just paralysis just not have any duration scaling built into it then? No, it has none. Enemies struck by paralysis receive base 50% melee damage vulnerability. Is that just forever? Is that just a permanent melee damage vulnerability? Because I don't see any duration built into this. Not sure on that one. Have to rewatch the video demo? Not sure. Think it will gain duration scaling? They didn't say that. So it's nice to imagine, but they didn't actually say it. Yeah. Moving on from whatever paralysis is supposed to become there, we then have Hysteria. As they say, the staple of Valkyr's kit. The core of it all, and the core of the biggest complaints people are throwing out about this whole setup. Combined with a new passive, Hysteria will utilize her rage to deliver hysterical destruction to any foe in your path. They keep on going for rage. In fact, they even capitalized it here. Although, is that just the name of the passive? Are they calling the passive rage? Yes, they are. Okay, fair enough then. That's not going to be confusing at all. It is absolutely not going to be confusing, having a rage passive and a rage mod bouncing around. Alright. Hysteria no longer turns Valkyr invulnerable. Armor gain from Warcry is increased 3 times during Hysteria for Valkyr. First of all, from D, their explanation. Valkyr has one of the highest armor stats, with room to acquire much more, but that armor became meaningless with Hysteria's invulnerability. Here, they're aiming to amplify Valkyr's armor capabilities, combined with her death prevention while above 225% rage, and lifesteal improvements. We'll get back to most of these details, let's kind of get the full concept here first. Valkyrie is immune to status effects whilst this is active, which also means knockdowns. Energy drain caps at 10 energy per second instead of 15, so that's a small improvement. Healing from Hysteria's lifesteal is now 50 health per hit, okay. Health gained scales with ability strength. Self-reflection damage part of Hysteria has been completely removed, so no longer on it running out or being turned off do you maybe accidentally murder yourself. Okay. And then Valkyrie's Talons, Hysteria melee stance has received various adjustments as well. That's kind of a separate thing, so I'm going to go into that differently. Let's focus on the utility of the ability, anything but the damage output first. This is a mixed bag, and it's not a mixed bag for the reason most people seem to be complaining. Hysteria no longer turns Valkyrie invulnerable. Hot take, I think this is an exceptionally good idea. And I know I'm going to receive a lot of flack for that, but I think it is an exceptionally good idea. And the reasoning for this is the same reason so many players are pissed off with Revenant. It is an exceptionally good idea for the same reason so many people were previously pissed off with Wukong. For the same reason so many people are pissed off with Shieldgate bouncing around so much. When it comes to the scaling we have in Warframe, our damage is all built into our mods. If you have an unmodded weapon, say hello to the Grendel missions, you feel the difference that makes. It is enormous. When it comes to level scaling enemies, we need more damage to deal with the higher threat, and it is our mods that get us there. And when it comes to tanking, there is no reason that shouldn't be the same. There is an element of skill to it, there is an element of playing the game better. You go from kind of waddling around and taking shots slowly to the bullet jump obliterator 9000s that we all turn into eventually. Valkyrie is no different in that regard, especially with the new Rip line. Ultimately, it is our mods that improve our defense, and one of the biggest concerns when it comes to health tanks is how they can start out too strong to make up for the ability to work in later game. You take a frame like Inaros, or Nidus, or Lavos, you run them through low-level content, it's not just a breeze, it's almost a joke. They just have so much tank that nothing threatens them. Nothing threatens them. Nothing threatens them. Oh shit, they just got one shot. There's almost no middle ground. Almost. There is actually middle ground, but people act like there isn't, and I'm going to work with that feel for a moment. When it comes to health tanking, you just alive or you're dead. If you can maintain a little bit, you can get your healing in until you're out. And again, yep, there's Garuga saying the problem is there's no middle ground. There really is. There really is middle ground. Otherwise, there'll be no point building any amount of health max on anything. It would all be in the healing. No, wait, other way around. It would all be in the health max, not in healing, because if there's no middle ground, you would just go from tanking to dead straight away. Many times that I've been playing Lavos, many times I've gone, oh crap, I need to heal, cast my wand carefully now, to make sure I actually let them heal. Because my Arcane hadn't kicked in, I'd taken a bunch of heavy individual hits, Arcane Grace wasn't trying to save me. Healing is a part of the rotation of health tanking. You're not always at max and nothing has hit you, you're constantly taking hits and constantly healing against them. It is a fight to keep that from getting any lower. Keep the health up. That's health tanking. When you're in really low level missions, it's easy. It barely moves. You're like, oh, am I taking damage? Oh, I suppose. Whoop, fixed it. High level missions, it's a freaking fight. And that's what it should be. And the higher level the mission, the more the pressure is, so that's when you bring in the options. And that's what we're currently missing. That is what we're currently missing. Those options to push it back up or prevent it coming down. The fight. Armor scaling is notorious for this. Every time someone learns about armor scaling for the first time, they look into the numbers and they go, wait, that's it? That's all I get? Because yeah, If you have 300 armor, you have 50% damage reduction. If you have 600 armor, you've increased that to, I believe that is 66.7% damage reduction, 2/3 damage reduction. If you're at 2,700 armor, you've just reached 90% damage reduction. Every 300 armor increases the effective hit point multiplier by 1. That's what it comes down to. You don't need to think about any complicated curve equations. Every 300 armor increases your effective hit point multiplier by 1. At 0 armor, no effective hit point multiplier gain, you're at 1 times. Like 1 times melee combo. 300 armor, double the EHP, your effective multiplier to hit points is up by 1, it's now at 2. 600 armor, you're at 3. 900 armor, you're at 4. 1200, 5. So at 2700, you're at 9 lots of 300, 9 bonuses, 10 times hit point effective multiplier. That's how it works. But it means then it is a continuously linear scale. To get from 2700 armor for a 10 times effective hit point multiplier up to the 20 times to double your effective resistance, you need to get yourself then to 5,700 armor. 5,700. And that is a huge increase just to be able to increase your tank twofold. Just to be able to increase your tank twofold. So that's where health tanking kind of runs into its issue. How can you further increase that tank? The biggest one is adaptation. Adaptation is a love-hate mod. People love to hate it. It gives you resistances, but only if you're continuously taking damage from those sources. It's very conditional. It's very fickle. When it runs out, you're in danger. It doesn't work too great against, very heavy hitters. It doesn't work too great if you're in a situation of dealing with split damage types. If an enemy is hitting you with slash and puncture and impact all at the same time, each of them equal, you're only going to resist 1/3 of that damage. Now, if you have slash DOTs ignore armor, that's a separate thing area, but sure. Slash DOTs aren't the biggest issue, but sure. If anything, there are ways to resist that, including Hysteria gives status immunity, so sure. Guys, don't argue in the comments. Or the chat, even. So, this is where my bugbear is going to come in. It's not that we are losing the invulnerability, this is a great thing. It's that the scaling for health tanking runs out. It just stops. You can put on more armor, but otherwise you need to seek out other forms of damage reduction, and most health tanks don't actually bring that in. And that's why it seems like such a nerf, because we've run out of ways to get stronger. The amount of armor, the amount of resistance that Valkyria has is absolutely fine up to Steel Path, but we're dealing with content that goes beyond level 100 to level 150 Steel Path. We've run out of that level of content. People are clamoring for guides on how to survive level 400 content on the regular. People are experiencing those levels frequently in a Void Cascade, in the Circuit, in EDA, in ETA. That's where high level is at now. That is where high level is at. And we've not received the bits to go alongside that to make it where health tanking stays relevant. Maybe people are blowing out of proportion though. Maybe it's not actually that big of a deal. Maybe the level scaling isn't really that big. We'll come back to... where is it? We'll come back to the armor side of things once we can properly conceptualize where damage is at. Look! There is a wiki page ready to go. It's almost as if this is a known feature. Chat, if you had a guess, just a guess, off the cuff, how much more damage do you take at level 400 than you do at level 150? Just a quick guess. Don't do the math yet. I'm going to be doing the math right now. How much more damage do you think you're taking at level 400 compared to level 150? I'm seeing 12 times, 20 times, 20% more, so 1.2 times, 5 times, 12 times, 2 times. Yeah, you guys have absolutely no idea. This is brilliant. So I'm going to do the math here. Now I'm going to cheat slightly. It's current level minus base level. I'm just going to slap those numbers in. A 1 level difference is not going to matter. So 1 plus 0.015 multiplied by level 400 to the power of 1.55. Divide all of that by 1 plus 0.015 times 150 to the 1.55. That ratio comes out to 4.5 times. 4.5 times. So you go from level 150 to 400. The damage has increased about 4.5 times. Which means, if we're going to be expected to tank at that same level, then we should be expecting to improve our tank 4.5 times. What level would you need for a 12 times difference? Why are you so focused on a 12 times difference, Petra? There's something else going on here that I don't see. So this is the focus here. We've been fine tanking on Steel Path, but when you get to that many levels higher, and by the way, Steel Path doesn't increase the damage per level. Enemy hit points goes up, their health goes up, their shields go up, previously their armor as well. I think that's still the case, but they cap it anyway, so it's kind of a moot point. But definitely the health and shields goes up. But it's not their damage goes up, just the level and the damage comes with it. There is no second stack of damage. So if we go from level 150 Steel Path to level 400 in EDA, ETA, that sort of thing, you're going to be experiencing that 4.5 times damage incoming increase. And there's not really anything left to help you. You could go for the Eclipse Subsume, sure, but Eclipse was already there, so it's kind of cheating to rely on that. It takes away your Subsume option, and even then it stops at 75% damage reduction, so it's getting most of the way there, but not all of the way there. And there's a whole less Warframe ability. Mirage can't use it because Mirage is already using it. Can't subsume it twice. So yeah. Really say, I remember back in the day where 120 Corrupted Heavy Gunner was tanky, 200 Steel Path Exogoxide Officer was not unkillable. Things have changed. And things have definitely changed. Archimedes also has really hard-hitting enemies like mechs. I mean, those exist in missions of the normal level as well. You just experience them more threateningly when they have such a damage multiplier behind them, yeah. Kelsey, I'm going to be honest, if it's not Raffle Advance, I don't want it. I like the ridiculous numbers on slide attack. Fair enough. Now, here's why this is all a thing. Why am I going to such extent to talk about effective damage increase? The damage multiplier difference between level 150 and level 400, which is basically where the conversation has gone in terms of what is considered high-level content. I'm not talking level cap content, I'm not talking endurance. Those are extrapolated to extremes, but also kind of symptomatic of what's going on. This terrifies people because Valkyr can die. If Valkyr can't die, then either the content is so low level that you've tanked it correctly, or she was doing the invulnerability stuff. That's what it was. Invulnerability ends the conversation on tanking. It doesn't matter if you're against level 100, 400, 10,000. The conversation on tank ends the moment you are invulnerable. Whether this is Vaza and Dash, whether this is Revenant's Mesmer Skin, whether this is shield gating, whether this is Hysteria invulnerability. Invulnerability ends the conversation on tanking. Whatever level you have got to the point that you can maintain this invulnerability for any amount of incoming damage, that is it. It's over. Invisibility 2? Invisibility is effectively a form of invulnerability. They can't hurt you if they can't shoot you, yeah. Invulnerability is the end of the conversation. And the lowest level at which you achieve that is basically the point that it's technically kind of scaled for. It's a weird one in that regard. That the lower your level, the harder it is to do low level content. It reaches a point where you no longer need to upgrade. You just kind of stop. It's a weird one. It is a weird one. So I'm glad, because of that Hysteria is no longer going to make Valkyrie invulnerable. I'm glad of it. I would like to see more movement towards scaling. If we're going to continuously move the level of content upwards, it's time to address that different forms of tank exist other than invulnerability and actually give them the tools as well. How DE goes about that, that's a little bit more complicated. If they want to go down the armor line of things, which they've gone with on Valkyrie here, this one I've not run the numbers on, and it would need to be rebalanced, but let me throw this one out here for you. What if armor bonuses multiplied? What if armor bonuses simply multiplied? Because there is no reason for armor to stop at the thousands. Why should it? Enemy armor didn't used to. We capped that because dealing with them was a pain in the ass, but the enemies don't get to complain. They don't get to write into D and go, oh my god, Valkyrie is too hard to kill. Enemies don't get a voice. They're there for us to murder. That's the whole point of them. So what if armor multiplied? Armor bonuses. Which means if you have yourself a steel fiber or umbral fiber mod on Valkyrie, it no longer feels stupid. Because it would no longer add to the armor bonus that you're getting from Warcry, or the armor bonus you're getting from any other number of locations. But you would still need to get it. It wouldn't be given to a brand new Valkyrie. A brand new Valkyrie player, MR0 could even be, let's be honest, it is possible. They could step out into the world and still get absolutely floored by enemies at level 30-ish because they haven't built. But they get that steel fiber mod, or they go and get the full umbral set. They go ahead and get their Warcry with high strength and Hysteria to really ramp up the armor up, up, up. Because armor is currently additive, it can't just keep going up, up, and up. If each of those armor increases is sitting alongside the others, then that whole point I made earlier of the X times multiplier to effective hit points is also additive. And going up from effective hit points of a 10-fold increase to a 12-fold increase, because your 200% bonus is actually a 20% bonus at that point, you're not going to feel it. You're just not going to feel it. Shells was saying, there's the Citrine Arcane for 75% damage reduction for bullet / double jumping. Oh god, that Arcane is absolutely terrible. It is pathetic. I know it exists, but it is pathetic. It lasts for a couple seconds. It's no good. Judge is saying, I kind of wish the damage scaling plateaued at a point. Warframe's decided to go for the crazy scaling. So crazy scaling is what we've got. Warframe might decide to change that, but that would require a complete overhaul of our tanking options as well. Rather than taking the tank that is supposed to be scaling and continuing to scale it. Give us the even higher level mods. Protomonex saying, Brozai made a good suggestion of adding breakpoint on our health similar to Shieldgate. No! No! No, 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 no! Okay, so, overreaction aside, let me explain why I'm seriously against that. That is invulnerability. I just said invulnerability is a problem. To add in health gates is to add in invulnerability. It is to say, nope, you're not dying today. We're just going to cancel the damage. 100% damage reduction at this point right here. And just like with Shieldgate, where you just recharge it, you get the same with Healthgate. Recharge. Shieldgate was added not to make it your form of tanking. It was added so you didn't just get surprise one-shot. that if you were running a relatively weak frame, if you were running, say, an invisibility-based frame, and a stray shot just happened to clip your shoulder, you didn't just explode into a puff of mist. You didn't just perish. That's why Shieldgate was added. It was designed as a way to make it where a small mistake did not immediately cost your entire life. So long as you still had an amount of shields left, the enemies had to clear that first and then hit you again. It was a 2-tap rule. You're allowed 1 mistake, not 2 mistakes. And if it's been long enough since your 1 mistake, no harm, no foul. We're good now. You're allowed a mistake again. But if you just sit in the middle of enemies and take 2 hits in quick succession, you're out. That was the idea. But that applies to weak frames. That applies to invisible frames. Health isn't supposed to have that same treatment. You're not supposed to have multiple health bars like some kind of boss fight. Even though we're acting kind of like one, I get it. The whole point is it's supposed to scale. You level up your health, you invest into your health, you protect yourself in greater and greater layers of armor and support. Protomatic saying, think of it as armor plating, not actual shield gating. A plate takes the hit but keeps going through. No, you've just reframed the exact same thing, haven't you? Either you're taking damage still, then it's not gating, or you're not taking damage and it's invulnerability. Which is it? Which is it? Shazbot suggesting a Fortnite treatment where as you're lower health you get passive damage reduction. That's just damage reduction with extra steps. That is just damage reduction with extra steps. LJ saying, so for like endurance in the last epoch, like last 20% of HP takes 60% reduced damage. That's just the same again, damage reduction with extra steps. Why can't we just have the extra reduction? From King Among Thieves, what if armor mods were just changed into damage reduction mods that multiply off each other? That would again be a complete overhaul as to how armor exists, and is basically the same thing. If we just had the armor scaling multiply off each other, you're doing the same thing as multiplying the damage reduction stuff. It would still be the same result. The numbers can be tweaked to give the same result. Hopefully without a mod tax, mods can be made stronger. How many people here use split chamber? On their main primary weapon that they're using to kill enemies, how many of you use split chamber? Anyone? Is there anyone that's going into EDA, ETA with split chamber? Not galvanized version, no, I said split chamber. Also saying yes, but then realizing my question, changing it to a no. There it is, yep. Galvanized version, yes, but that's not the question. Galvanized chamber is not split chamber. Split chamber is split chamber. And that is the exact reason I said it. We reached a level where the enemies were that much stronger, and D responded to that by giving us a way to be that much stronger. That's a switch over. You go from a 90% multi-shot to a 230% multi-shot. We haven't used up any more mod slots. It's the same mod slot. So where are the buffs to address that as well for tanking? Rather than crying about invulnerability being the way to tank. It's not shield gate this, health gate that, overguard gate the other. If we're supposed to be going into higher level missions, give us the higher level buffs to match that. Make the grind happen again. Make the grind happen again. And then we can actually tank, and people will no longer be laughing at health tanks, whilst your low-level newbie, who's just picked up Valkyrie or Lavos or whoever, isn't about to walk into a level 40 mission and go, huh, why have I got 20 million effective hit points? Because they won't be at that level. When did health conversion drop? No idea. Check the wiki or have the date. So this is what it comes down to for me. This is what it comes down to for me. The health scaling that we have, the armor options, the health tanking options that we have, stopped happening. More things have not really come out in that arena, with the exception of little benefits in the form of, what was it called? Arcane Reaper? Here it is. Arcane Reaper. Gain 660 armor and a 24 HPS heal rate for 10 seconds on melee kill. 660 armor. It's not even a percent basis, which means it's better for frames that aren't armor tanking. Doesn't fit the bill. Or at least it's not for the likes of Valkyria. Okay, what about melee fortification? Well, ignoring for a moment that this is using up our melee arcane, which is very expensive when melee influence, melee exposure, melee what's it called? Melee afflictions exist. This is very, very expensive to use. Plus 210 armor for 10 seconds on melee kill. Stacks indefinitely, but they're independent stacks, so it only lasts for 10 seconds. When you look at the options for actually scaling your defenses, since we've got to the level of needing this level of defenses, they're not there. They're just not there. Then I'll say, heck, even making blue shards affect base armor would be awesome, would help too. That could be an option as well. Make them affect base armor, maybe give them a dual stat effect. Increase armor by, instead of 150, make them increase armor by 100 plus 25%. Or some other change. Maybe give them another option on the list. Why do they have to have 5 options? Give them a 6th, why not? So you can switch between flat armor and multiplicative armor. Or some other option again. Maybe put it onto one of the other shards, because the combined shards only have 4 options. There's room there. Again, the options are limitless, but instead we have none of them. And that, to me, this is why this one change is so terrifying for so many people, and why I think it is the best change. This is why this is the best change, because it highlights the whole issue. It has nothing to do with taking away the vulnerability, invulnerability. Because for up to Steel Path levels, not a problem. Valkyria can absolutely just tank it. Until she can't. And there is almost, not nothing, but almost nothing you can do at that point to deal with it. I have seen a video clip on Reddit some time ago. Someone did go to level cap with Trinity Health Tank, if I recall correctly. To, if nothing else, demonstrate it is possible. But this was a Trinity Health Tank using the Blessing resistance, using the Link resistance. They were using every form of damage reduction they could stuff into her. I wouldn't be surprised if Eclipse was in there somewhere as well. They were doing everything they could to shore up those hit points. And at level cap, that's what I expect you should be doing. If you're not stuffing every resistance into you to survive against level 10,000 enemies, what's happened to the scaling? What has happened to the scaling? Invulnerability really shouldn't be the default survival. Moments of invulnerability, like a shield gate, occasionally. Moments of invulnerability, like rolling guard, occasionally. It's got a cooldown. Moments of invulnerability if you duck and dive into operator mode for a bit. Occasional. But the idea that tank should hit 100% is insanity to me. How many games let you be 100% invulnerable 100% of the time? Most of them don't do that because that's just dumb as fuck. Let's be real, it is just dumb as fuck. There is no scaling, there is no design, there is nothing that can be done to mitigate 100%. There isn't enough damage increase to mitigate 100% damage reduction. Because it's 0. When you multiply everything by 0, you just get a 0. The game ends. It would be exactly the same if we were all dealing level cap damage with every single shot out of the stug. If we were at that level, did I say level cap? You know what I mean. If we were doing damage cap, damage out of the stug with every shot, it would be game over. There'll be no more scaling left to do. The actual UI would have given up on us. And this is the exact same thing. That is what we are missing, and that is why this feels so bad for so many people. I can guarantee you it. So DE, that's what we're missing. Ignoring everything up here as well for the moment, that's what's missing here. When we have the options to invest into... I don't want it given freely. I want to spend the mods. I want to spend the endo. I have 600,000 endo waiting to be spent. Give me the mods to spend it on. Let me have my super duper damage reduction mod. The one that I have to spend so much on, but then it just sits there in a single mod slot, and now I am that much stronger. I have invested in it, I have earned it, I utilize it, and Valka can use her armor. Because it's as they point out, throughout all of Valkyria, she's always been a high armor Warframe, with an armor enhancing ability in Warcry, and then just went invulnerable. It is the right change to move away from that. It is the right change. As I'm saying, do all invis frames just go to reveal when attacked? Sorry, what's this? It's just way too many. To change, we need to destroy half the cast. Way too many cases, just remove invulnerability frames as a whole. We're not going to remove them as a whole. That's simply not going to happen. But again, it is overdue time to address it, if nothing else. The invulnerability is overused. And where it is easy, where it is completely easy to just be invulnerable, that is what needs to be addressed. So that tank can actually tank. When the tankiest options in the game are the ones that are the flimsiest, you know it's backwards. The tankiest options in the game are the flimsiest. Really think about that. Your invisible frames are functionally your tankiest because they just can't be shot at. They all have hit points in the gutter. And yet, our supposedly highest health, most resistive frames, they're the ones struggling. And it is because of this focus on invulnerability rather than mods and arcanes that truly properly improve our tank. That's where we're at. Am I wrong? There's a cooldown on Hydrate? There is, but Mantis just redeemed it. From Old Man Abakan, I agree that making something invincible is a very binary design. People forget that years ago players were asking for Valkyria not being invulnerable, but having damage reduction on her 4. People were. I mean, makes sense for the 100 Adrenaline stuff, but sure. And yeah, by the way, I haven't even talked about that yet. 100 Adrenaline and Rage work on Hysteria now. Hurrah! But most people aren't going to hear me for that one. The people who need to hear it aren't going to hear it. Cal say, at the point you get Reaper, you really should get % damage reduction instead of armor. Perhaps so. It seems like the design for Arcane Reaper is that D wanted it to be for armor frames, for a health tanking approach. But yeah, if it was a multiplicative bonus, or if it was multiplicative to other armor bonuses, then it could work better. Portford say, large issue is mod capacity cost. So, an upgraded mod doesn't need to cost more. Seriously. Hold on a moment. Again, Split Chamber. This is the very mod I was talking about versus Galvanized Chamber. There it is. Here are these two mods. I'm slightly in the way of them. Let's move my face out the way. There we are. I'm over here now. You can see my close window button again. Here are these two mods. Split Chamber, Galvanized Chamber. Galvanized Chamber is a direct upgrade. It is a direct upgrade. Why would you not use it unless you're not killing with your primary weapon? The drain goes from 15 to 16. On a polarized slot, that is the exact same. They're both 8. They are both the exact same drain on a polarized slot. And this just goes to show exactly what I'm on about. We can have upgraded mods that sit into the same slot, that it is just a, alright, I'm done with this one, now I power up. There we are, we're good. I don't see a problem with that. I genuinely do not see a problem with that. In almost every game, in almost every situation, we are constantly chucking out the old, moving on with the new, getting the more powerful things. D have kind of leaned towards, oh crap, we kind of want to make every weapon somehow relevant because EDA, ETA, or at least a significant portion of them, hence why we're getting either more variants, more Prisma, more Primes, or we're getting Incarnans. But for mods, chuck them in the bin. Move on to the next good thing. Why not? We've got the farms, let us spend the endo. Why not, honestly? Oh, didn't mean to bring that across a moment. There we are. That's where I sit on it. Because we have people in the chat advocating for full removal. If you're going to argue with people in chat and use that as an argument to say at me, nah. If I see your message in chat and it's not a reply to someone, I'm assuming you're saying it to me. I can't see if you're replying to someone else. I'm not going to scroll back up to figure out which context someone's replying to. If you can't give me it. So, yeah. Zella's saying, yeah, seriously, sitting on 500k endo? Exactly. We ran out of places to spend it. Galvanized armor mod? It doesn't even need to have a condition. In fact, I don't want it to be a condition. To be honest. What's the condition on primed continuity? What's the condition on blind rage? I don't really feel the need to have more conditionals rather than just give us the buff. Hell, even if the condition was only activates when mission level is 100 plus. I'd be fine with that. Because then at the level where I need it to activate, it's active. Just give me the tank. Let me invest in the tank. Blind Rage gives a debuff. That's not a condition, that's just a trade-off. That's just a debuff. Conditions are things you must reach and continue to reach or the buff goes away. Think like your Arcanes, think like your Galvanized mods. Come on, it's there in the context. Professor, what I was talking about was current situation. Agree we could and should get better mods. Okay, you agree. Also free on performance be used on not HP tank frames to make Umbral Intensify easier to fit. Guess so, yeah. Eternalist Vibrant, armor mod with infinite levels as long as you have the endo to rank it up. I think that would become unaffordable very quickly, but it's a cute idea. But seriously, like, just really high tier defensive items. Put them out there. And then all of this goes away. As I'll say, I do think the capacity issues made worse by Umbras. We should probably replace them. Umbras are their own archaic issue, and that DE are dragging their feet on dealing with that issue is kind of its own thing as well, yeah. It is kind of its own thing. Arcane slots on pets. Again, just better mods. We don't need to add new slots. New mods to replace the old. New mods to replace the old. It's as simple as that. Take, for example, Blind Rage. How early in the game do we get Blind Rage? We get Blind Rage from completing Orokin Vaults on Deimos. You're not even halfway through the star chart. Oh sure, it's got 10 pips to rank it up to full. Overextended doesn't, by the way. 10 pips to rank it up to full. And then once you've ranked it up to full, it's done. It just stops. That's Blind Rage. So, let's say it was a Duviri mod. Now I'm just throwing details out there. Imagine it was a Duviri mod. You have plus 99% strength, minus 45% efficiency, whatever it is. Is it minus 55 or 45? I think it's minus 55. Times 2 armor. That's Void Rage. Dax's Rage. Or Thrax's Rage. Whatever, something Rage. Do we even have Duviri specific mods? If you consider Arcane's mods, yes. Those mods don't need to be obtainable before they're even relevant. Yeah, they could be put. Any number of mods could be put quite far out. Absolutely. Mokka say, how about a mod that gives you more health and caps how much health damage you could take, but cap? That's 100% again. That is 100% damage reduction. Oh, sure, it's actually 99.9. No. It's 100% because the difference between 50 damage and 5 billion damage becomes nothing at that point. If you're capping the damage you take, that's 100% damage reduction. It's an impenetrable wall. The tanking question ends right there. No bueno. There needs to be that scale, just like the damage scales. They've created the graph of damage scaling. The tank scaling literally just needs to be there as well. Although we're not going to be on a nice easy curve, so give us the jumps to match it. That's where it'd be. Incarnate adapters are something similar for mods. I don't know about an incarnate adapter, because again, spending the resource, grinding the resource, spending the resource, that's the whole process for us. But yeah. Sounds like a fair idea. They only as much let the Dedicants feel how awful it is to fight them. I mean, the Dedicants, if anything, shows brilliantly how much of a problem it would be giving us damage caps on how much we can take. Because at that point, once you reach that tier, nothing can ever kill you. Because nothing will get the chance to shoot at you for as long as a Dedicant can be shot at. A Dedicant doesn't kill you in 2 seconds. We kill basically everything that isn't a boss in 2 seconds. Except for Dedicants. So if we had that level of damage attenuation as well, the tanking conversation is again over. It can never be returned to at any level of Warframe difficulty. It just ends. That is why vulnerabilities like this are better removed. I don't have all the answers on that. I don't have the answers when it comes to Revenant's Mesmer skin at this point in time. I'll be honest, part of the answer to that one would be undoing the change where Mesmer skin doesn't run out in a millisecond just because a Xmas is shooting you. Or at least scaling back that fix. Make it where there are vulnerabilities to it. Make it where it has issues. Make it where you need to do something else to maintain it so it has a scaling. Or make it 90% damage reduction. Ooh, that would be spicy, wouldn't it? That would be spicy as hell. Yeah, the cooldown on Mesmer skin did seriously buff it, yeah. It really did. Why not change Valkyr's Hysteria into a form of quick thinking? You can now scale with mods. Into a form of quick thinking. Just so I understand the mod, you are on about drain energy to stop lethal damage. So it's just, instead of having more tank that you get from Warcry, you're saying have more health in the form of energy. Damn man, you talk so much about this Valkyr. Did you expect that it would be a short conversation? Look how many comments there are on the workshop. People have been going crazy about this thing. They're up to 43 pages just when I loaded it. It's probably up to 50 now. Of course I've got lots to say about it. I'm burning through my drinks with this. Another suggestion that you give Valkyr's Hysteria some kind of overhealth mechanic that isn't overguard, so a health buff. A max health increase means you've got more time to respond to taking lots of damage. It doesn't actually let you tank more. That is a crucial detail about health tanking. More max health only means that you have more time to respond. More damage reduction means that not only do you have more time to respond, but your healing is stronger as well, so you can actually tank more. And that just comes back to my point of, this is a great change, it highlights the issue, even stronger, of how we've run out of ways to better our hit point tanks, and everyone keeps on moving more and more towards invulnerability. As requested. So yeah. Valkyrie immunity to status effects whilst active, I like it. Energy drain caps at 10 energy rather than 15. It's a reduction, so that is an improvement to, I suppose, make up for the lack of invulnerability. Healing from life steal is now 50 health per hit. Again, that is a dial for them to tweak to reduce it being just an insta-heal. Because at the moment, if I recall correctly, Hysteria... I should probably just have this on a tab forever for the moment. Currently the lifesteal is 5% of the damage dealt. Additive with things like Life Strike. 5%? How do you scale that? If Valkyrie has even 5,000 health in some absurd situation, 5,000 health, which would be a ridiculous amount of health to have, by the way. 5% of your damage, healing that from 0 to full, or 1 to full, you would need only 100,000 damage. 100,000 damage is ridiculously easy to achieve. At the levels we are talking about, the levels we are caring about, 100,000 damage is ridiculously easy to achieve. We talk about damage in the millions when we want to be impressed, billions when we want to be starry-eyed. 5% lifesteal is basically you heal to max every time you hit something. So yes, it is understandable that needed to be changed. To again address the whole, don't be just one-shot or invulnerable. And again, come back to the same weakness of we run out of damage reduction options. It all just comes into the same spot. Literally all of the issue on the tank here comes down to that one single spot. And I do see it. It is an issue that needs addressing. As I'm saying, 10 energy per second is 4 times Excalibur's drain, double of Titania's and Wukong's. Definitely should have been lowered. Really hope they don't let that go live. Maybe, Zom. Maybe. Do bear in mind that because of the health tanking nature, that Valkyrie can very easily go for a energy restoration approach with Rage or Hunter Adrenaline, which will make up for the energy cost pretty much directly there. So I get where you're coming from, but it's not got the same drain as other abilities which are supposed to be somewhat comparable. I don't know if Excalibur really is comparable, because Excalibur just gets the weapon, whereas Hysteria gives status immunity, increased defense due to the triple armor from Warcry, and it gives the healing at the same time. So you're getting more from it than you are getting on Excalibur's one, would be my argument there. U4 isn't good enough to have that drain? Perhaps. Titania, however, yeah, Titania does show that you can get a lot out of energy otherwise. Titania gains flight. Titania has both a secondary and a melee. Titania has some incredible damage output. Titania has the distracting butterflies. So with that comparison, this would be too high there. But again, Titania can't generate energy in quite the same way. I was saying, didn't Pablo's reasoning to remove Hysteria invincibility be because Armor Bust and Warcry are pointless if not? Right, okay, I think I see what you're saying there. Like, she was getting the buffs for when she's gunning down enemies, and that the trade-off was, if you only melee, you get to be involved. I see what you're saying there, but that misses everything I've said so far about the whole invulnerability issue. The tank discussion ends the moment anything is invulnerable, and that's just not good for the health of the game. Ever. 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 In terms of Valkyrie's talons, just to move on from that point because we've been on it for a while, Valkyrie's talons have had some significant improvements as well. Combo attacks animation has been updated to remove sudden stops, so you still have good mobility whilst maintaining your attacks. You no longer have a full player stop of movement on 3rd and 4th hits of the further combo. And we can also see that there have been general buffs down here as well. So, on Rage? Why are so many things called rage? DE, come on, please find another word. We have the mod rage, we have the passive rage, and now we have the moveset rage. There are other words in the English language, please pick something different. Not everything needs the word rage. I know you saw Barbarian. In the bloody player's handbook for Dungeons and Dragons, you referenced it on the dev stream, but even they don't just reuse the word rage. They use it once. Please. Be creative. We've got Rise from the Ashes. We've got Delirium. And then this again. So come on. You could be more creative than that. This, and I don't care if it's currently the name for it, change it. Even if it's already the name in game, I'm not going to check. I don't care. You're changing the rest of the frame. Change it. Do better. Come on. Or I will mock you for it in the videos about it. So yeah. That's just a point on that one. But overall, these are buffs. We're getting these slashes in here. Not sure which ones of those currently exist, but there are slashes in there. I think these are stunning effects, which is cute. Don't know if I've seen those before, but that's cute. And it's getting these extra damage multipliers. As if let's see, Hysteria uses Valkyr's Talons. Valkyr Talons uses the stance wiki, please. Hysteria stance, there we go. Here we are. So currently, neutral whilst not moving versus neutral moving is further. Neutral not moving is further. So currently it's a 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1. That's moving to 1, 1, 2, 200%, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. That's a significant improvement. That is, on average, about double the damage, slightly more. Also, 0 slash procs to 1 slash proc quite far into the stance. Forced slash proc. On the forward combo, it's 1, 1, 1, and 1, and that is becoming 1, 2, 2, and 3. Literally doubling the damage, and on the end, it's gaining a guaranteed slash proc as well. Forward blocking, which is not mentioned here. This has got neutral block. Okay, let's look at neutral block. Neutral blocking, Delirium, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1, 2 is becoming quite a bit more. 3, 3, 3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3, 3, 3. Basically a triple damage on that. Especially when you take into account the opening guaranteed slash. Opening guaranteed slash, which means if you're using this combo, the first attack is all you need to apply that. It ends up going 75% slash, 25% bunks with the rework. Yep, get into that one. Don't you worry. I'm focusing on the stance for a moment. And then Rise from the Ashes is the heavy attack, right? Yeah, was the heavy there? Yeah, Rise from the Ashes. I was looking in the wrong column. Currently, that is a 5, 4, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And that's becoming 5... Where's the 4? And 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So the first attack, am I missing the detail? Or is this... They don't list the slam, possibly? They possibly just aren't listing the slam detail, but the wiki did notice it. It is a separate hit. And then the 100% hits are turning into 300% hits, so the second heavy attack is bonkersly good in comparison. What's a circle star effect? I don't recognize it either, but I think it's a stun effect. It's not knockdown, because we see this over here. It's not ragdoll, because we see this over here. And it wouldn't be lifted, because that's the opposite of the knockdown one. So it's got to be stun. It's got to be stun. It's the only thing I can think of. They already have an icon for lifted. They are. It's gotta be. If it isn't, don't know. Isn't it open to finishers? Stun, open to finishers, identical thing, really. If you got the ragdoll as a little tornado, yeah, they go, woo! Off they are. Should release a legend with it? Might have been a good idea. Yeah. Now, the Ips is changing to mostly slash, a little bit of puncture. Currently, it is... Let's have a look here. A perfect 3-way split in Ips. So we're currently at 33% slash. That's going up to 75% slash. That is huge. Status chance still 10%. Okay, that could have been huge. With Weeping Wounds and max combo, that'll get you a 54% status chance, which is... It's a status chance. Yeah, it's certainly one of the status chances of all time. It exists. But yeah, guaranteed slash remember? No, I don't remember. I definitely did not just spend the last few minutes talking about this. Come on. Even if you've just arrived, come on. I had it on the screen seconds ago. What are the crit stats for the Talons? The Valkyrie Talons' current crit stats are 50% crit chance, 2 times crit multiplier on just straight up Valkyrie Talons. I believe Valkyrie Talons Prime has the same stats, but yeah, stats are identical. Cool, yeah. Also, don't forget, as it is an exalted weapon, it has a 1.0 follow-through, which means that if you hit 10 enemies at the same time, all of them take the full damage. There is no reduction for multi-hitting when it comes to exalted melees. They are full strength, which is great. Guaranteed slash isn't affected by slash amount. Very true, yeah. So when it comes to the IP split, it's not as big a help there, but it's still better than having only 33% slash, because let's be real, puncture and impact suck. They just suck. The only time I use impact procs is when I have guaranteed impact procs, such as for making an enemy vulnerable to mercy kills a little bit sooner. And the only time I use puncture procs is because the game applied them. I never choose to. If almost every single source of puncture procs just suddenly vanished one day, I don't think I would notice. Genuinely. If every single source of puncture procs I currently have just instead didn't proc anything, I don't think I would notice. With the exception of Melee Doughty. That's it. That is basically it. And I don't use Melee Doughty that much, because I just do other things. It's the real truth there. Why does Fervor have multiple press E requirements, whilst Rise only has a single press indicator? So that's because they've made this look really weird. I'll be quite honest with you, they've made this look really weird. If I bring up what it currently looks like... does it show on the Talons? Yep. So this is what it currently looks like, and it's a little bit of a mess as well. Also, it has currently got the stars on there, so, you know, it's already a thing. No legend. How does it look on a weapon that's more recent? So these are much more well laid out. These, you can see exactly what's going on. Press E, gain these attacks, plus any procs. For some reason, the Valkyrie one, they didn't notice that it looks absolutely shite. Press E for this amount of attack plus press E. I think every single instance of press E that isn't just the next attack can be ignored. This whole thing is formatted like hell. This isn't a UI issue. It's just formatted terribly. Looking at this here, it's suggesting there are 6 moves in Fervor. So let's have a look then. Fervor on the wiki will have the correct answer. Fervor has 6 moves. Okay, so that's what's happening then. That's actually what's happening here, is that they just haven't new-lined the press E's and instead put pluses on them. They completely screwed the pooch on that. Yeah, that should say press E, 100% attack, New line, press E, new line, 100% attack. New line, press E. This thing should be about twice the height. I didn't realize just how bad that was, but yeah, it's not just typos. They literally have just formatted it completely wrong. And so this one... Madness is correct. Oh boy. D, did no one notice this? Like when you're putting it together? Oh dear, 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 dear. They should keep that, they really should not. Also, I love that all of these combos are like, oh yeah, you do E, and then 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 you do E. It's just... Oh boy. But they don't mention that heavy attacks have two parts. The C in DE strikes again. The C in DE is a permanent feature on this stream. It'll be 21:35 before we get close to removing the C in DE. Oh, Ladybug, wow, okay. I'm not reading that one out, but yeah. Oh, yeah. That's, boy. Yeah. That's just... So overall, this is an improvement. The UI is absolutely abysmal. I am taking off marks for that. But the damage improvements, the movement improvements, and the proc improvements for gameplay purposes, excellent. Heavy attack is some insane multipliers on the second hit, by the way. What? 300% is insane, considering it's come up from 100%? Yeah, I said so like 2 minutes ago, Alex. And I know you were here. Come on. Also, Hysteria's attacks have gone up from a range of 1.7 to 2.15. Was it necessary to add another decimal place in? Was it necessary to add another decimal place? We couldn't just go 2.2. We had to make sure those enemies 5 centimeters further away weren't hit. It is crucial balancing when handing out triple the damage on the second heavy attack. It is absolutely crucial that 2.2, too far, 2.15 meters. I'm not even going to quibble anything else on the rest of the details about that. If they want to make it 2.2 meters or 22 meters, that is up to them, quite frankly. I'm not even going to start to weigh in on that side of things. But why are we adding a decimal place? Does the UI even handle that properly? That's a genuine question, actually. So here I have a range of 1.7. Lowest... Reach doesn't even do second decimal places. I don't think I can give... No, there's nothing. There's nothing in the UI that gives a second decimal place. I can't give it that. Ribbons? Oh, Christ. Do I even have... Alright, hold on. Though to make it better, make it 2.13 so it isn't divisible by 5. I mean, technically not currently divisible by 5, but I get your point. No, I want range. And then ribbons. Alright. These are all 1 decimal place written as well. These are all 1 decimal place. 0.3 range, 0.6, 0.9. There may be a hidden decimal somewhere in there, but it's not showing it. If I equip this to the camera, does it show anything there? I will never know. Let's go see what other ribbons I have. I have a ribbon for a weapon I don't even own. Yay. Tenet Grigori, I definitely own that. There we go. That's a guarantee right there. This looks terrible. I'm destroying this one. Okay. Range. Oh, wait. Yep. Sorry, what? 5.23? What? Why? I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fine. It could be worse. They could hide rounding errors on abilities that could really confuse people. I forget which frame it was. Was it Kome that they did it on? I can't even fucking remember at this point. No. It was was it Varuna? One of these. Oh, I don't fucking know anymore. Roommates could do a wellness check. It's fine. Got the one housemate. You know, hydrate after that? Sure. No, there was something that increased conditionally, but it was half as much on assist. Oh, what was it? It was a recent frame, and I want to bring this up. Just to prove a point yet again. Who was it? Was it... Might have been Citrine? I say recent. There it is. There it is. Citrine. Yeah. Damage reduction on kill. 3%. Damage reduction on assist, 1%. Turns out it's actually 3 and 1.5%. We can have 2 decimal points on the duration. Because that extra 20 milliseconds must be stated on the mod card. But the damage reduction gain? No, round that to the nearest percent. But sure, let's give Valkyr's Talons 2.15 meters. 2.15 instead of 2. I just... Rounded down? Yeah, it's not even correctly rounded. 1.5 is rounded to 1. Although, granted, if it had rounded it to 2, I think we'd have been even worse off. But yeah. Better than 2 meters? Yes, technically. Doesn't make me happy about it. Don't make me happy about it. So yeah, the slash portion, that's nice. It'd be great if we had this status chance to make it worthwhile, but it's still nice. The range increase, it's welcome to have one, but seriously, why do this? Just why? It's not necessary. Ah! And then the augment is having buffs just to make it more powerful as well, which fair enough. Okay, that's just buffs. Ah. They're increasing stage chance? Is this another tweet, Warbeast? Please don't tell me this is another tweet. Where are they increasing the status chance? And don't tell me the forced procs. Those are not status chance. Where are they increasing it? Maybe I should rename range to rage. Ooh, you. How dare. No. Anyway, I've talked a lot about Valkyrie here, so let's give a quick summary on this. Very quick overall. The passive is a buff. It's a welcome buff. It is uninspired because it just looks and feels very similar to Garuda, but hey, it's better than the old one being a bit sucky. Let's be real. Warframe stats, improvements, sure, why not? Give us some extra base stats. They chose to go with that direction, why not? Ripline, massive improvements, I really like it. Usability and missions mostly remains to be seen in terms of that 7-meter radius on it, but overall it just looks better. They've kept Ripline but made it better. I like that. The augment also increasing parkour velocity, if nothing else, is a nice thing to have. Depends on just how big the scaling is, and also just making Ripline free, so it really gives you that super mobility feel. I'm all absolutely for that. Warcry. Buff, 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 and buff. Sure, why not? Let's just throw all the buffs out there. The slow taken off of it is not really a debuff because most people were not casting Warcry to slow enemies. In fact, almost no one was casting it to slow enemies. So this is all just a list of buffs, quite frankly. I'm cool with all of it. The ability effect spread to allies within affinity range specifically decouples it from your range stat. So if you do tank your range stat, you've still got a very valid Warcry for the team, which is nice. Paralysis, this one ain't it. This one ain't it. The enemies struck by paralysis receive a base melee damage vulnerability. Base 50% melee damage vulnerability. Scaling with strength. Sure, we deal more damage. Cool. Is that the most necessary thing for paralysis? I say it isn't. It applies a couple seconds of opening to finishers, despite the cast cost coming up from 5 to 50. In my opinion, if we're going to get that amount of a cast cost increase, and it still probably should not go that far for just how quick of an effect it is, but if we're going to have a cast cost increase, we don't need melee damage vulnerability. We need opening to finishers, which works in with the passive. So make those openings to finisher last a lot more than 2 seconds. Scale that with strength, why not? Enemies struck by paralysis are slowed. I get that that was brought over from Warcry. Scales with ability strength, but that's going to need a lot of strength for it to matter, and most of those enemies are going to be dead a few seconds later anyway, especially because we're dealing even more damage to them. Do we want to slow them, or do we want to kill them? It's a little bit of an odd one. It is a bit of an odd one. Groundslayer saying, when I play Valkyrie, I never use paralysis, think it's an improvement. You never use paralysis whilst it costs 5 energy. When it costs 50 energy, that's going to be a big chunk more out of you, right there. That is going to be a big chunk out of you. Not a fan of that. Since there's no shield cost, they made it where it deals 400 base damage. We looked at it, and currently the base damage given normal shields is actually closer to 200, so it's dealing double damage going from sod all to sod all. That basically doesn't matter. But she could keep moving whilst casting it. Sure. And the scooping on the augment will be a bit more effective, but we've already got scooping on Ripline, so that's another reason to remove paralysis, to be honest. This ain't it. It's too expensive for what it offers. In a 10-meter base radius. Quite frankly, it is just too much for what it offers. And then Hysteria, finally addressing the invulnerability situation, it's well overdue. Quite frankly, it is well overdue. The health tank is absolutely fine in Steel Path levels, but once you get into much higher levels, once we're talking levels 400, 1000, anywhere in north of that, honestly just 400 up, and health tanks really begin to struggle. Because we haven't gained suitable ways to improve on those health tanks. all the damage gains, but tanking just hasn't. We'll get to that, Chaos. We'll get to that. Don't you worry. So, everything else, energy drain cost reduction, it's welcome. As has been pointed out quite nicely by Zom, the cost is still well above that of other comparable things. Excalibur's sword, Wukong's staff, and notably Titania's Razor Wing all cost less than this, so maybe it could still go further. But we got status immunity. The lifesteal is no longer 5% of your hit, it's now 50 health per hit, which means, again, do you have room for scaling rather than just tap something, you're full health guaranteed. If you are functionally always at full health, nothing can change that, then the only thing that can threaten you is a one-shot, which is not a good dial to be stuck tweaking. And self-reflection damage removed, honestly, I'm fine with that. It felt weird to have it in there in the first place, so it just vanishing, I'm fine with that. But the whole discussion around Invulnerable, well, check the last 2 hours of stream, it was the majority of it. And then the stance changes, absolutely brilliant. Just straight up buffs, and I'm not going to be upset about that. Slightly more range. Don't do this, DE, and for the love of God, fix that UI. That UI is horrible. That UI is absolutely abysmal and needs a complete fix because it's already fixed on other melees. How did this happen? So yeah. So from Zom, okay, so your thesis is that the removing invuln is a good way to pave the way to buffing traditional tank and moving away from invuln tanks, though as you said, not removing them entirely. So if they don't address this in a reasonable time, where's that leave Valkyrie's changes in your opinion, since we're kind of banking on something not announced, less a misunderstanding? So that is, okay, can we get that from where the actual question is? How do I feel about Valkyrie given that we don't have the further scaling tank mods that I would like to see? Valid question. Absolutely valid question. How do I feel about it without those introductions? First of all, let's have a see as to where the armor will place her. If you're running Valkyrie with, let's just go with a flat 200% strength. So you've got good strength, not amazing strength, but good strength. 200 is a good spot. So let's see. Valkyrie Prime, because of course we're using the Prime, will have 935 armor. Warcry has had no buff to its base effect, but the base effect is... We go back a little bit. Back. Damn it. In here, Warcry's base effect is a 50% armor buff, so it's a 100% additive. Becomes 300% when in Hysteria. So it would be 300%, or basically 4 times existing armor. Using just that alone, not even counting any kind of umbral set or whatnot, 935 times 4 is a simple 3,740 armor. Which means if we divide that by that same thing plus 300, that is a damage reduction of 92.6%. 92.6% with 200% strength and no further modding into the defenses there. On top of that, you are going to be able to get a straight up healing with each hit. We'll have to see if that is literally hit, or if it is attack that connects, or if it is attack that connects per enemy. We don't have any of those answers yet. But currently at 50 health per hit, that is functionally a 673 effective health per hit heal. Again, with 200% strength. Actually, it's double that because 200% strength is what we're talking about. What's the damage reduction on Mesa Waltz? Mesa Waltz doesn't give you a damage reduction. You're possibly thinking of Shatter Shield, which is 95% but not against melee. It is only against ranged attacks. The devil is going to come into the details for Valkyrie, especially with the higher damage output on Hysteria. But in terms of the tank there, that is higher. Higher than the tank that I have on Lavos. Because I've not even included adaptation in that. That is higher than the tank I have on Lavos. I believe that was higher than the tank that I had on the health tank Banshee. But again, that was only steel path tier. Thank you, Ellie. So let's see. Can I get a reasonable comparison to this? The RB Muff that's currently less than Grendel Prime. Okay, first let's have a look at that. Grendel Prime. Base armor value 400. Oh, let's just get an empty spot here. Yeah, base armor 400. Now, you can get another 1,250 from consumed enemies. That's 1,650. Where's the rest coming from, Zom? What comparison are we supposed to be making? Isn't EHP a more interesting value than damage reduction? No, it actually isn't. And it's a valid question, but I'll explain why. EHP gives you how much you can take before you die, assuming you did nothing else. And so long as you have enough EHP to not get immediately one-shot, EHP stops actually mattering compared to how quickly can you get that health back. Because if you have 50,000 health and no damage reduction on it, then you're still just going to die in 50,000 damage compared to a 50k EHP 500 health frame that is reducing that damage by 99%. But the 500 health frame, when they're close to dying, spends 1% of the effort to heal that back up. We see this in Overguard, that you need tens of thousands of points of Overguard to compare to any halfway decent health tank. Tens of thousands of Overguard, and that's because Overguard can't have the damage reduction. So damage reduction is the bigger part of the question. It genuinely is. Sure, you can potentially get higher effective hit points in various weird circumstances. We don't really need to know the various weird circumstances. We need to know just how much can Valkyr get to maintain the healing against the kind of damage incoming that Valkyr could expect. So to give us an idea on that, let's grab a crappy Valkyr build real quick. Why not? How crappy is this one? Probably very crappy. It's extremely efficient setup. Why not? Let's swap like that. Now it's a less efficient setup, which is possibly going to be a little bit mean on the energy drain. Yeah, it could still be a little bit mean. But the point is that we can get some of the effects here using that near 200% effect. I'm not going to be using Hysteria through this. I'm instead going to be using a more effective melee weapon to roughly simulate the fact that this is getting buffed. Roughly simulate. But I won't be going for an influence approach because melee influence is kind of bonkersly good anyway. So that's just cheating. Extra slots not even unlocked. Yeah, this is how much I played Valkyr. This shows you how little I've played Valkyr, to be quite honest. But that's because an immortal tiny range melee didn't really interest me that much. Won't I use the damage to energy mod? Holy shit, slow down. You can suggest it, but say won't I use one like I've finished? Bro. I'm trying to make sure I've got all the details in head here of trying to simulate an update that isn't even out yet. Give me a sec. So, strength approach, armor-wise, going to want to try and replicate the amount of armor that she should be on, because yeah, the Warcry effect isn't going to be tripled into Hysteria here, so this is currently going to give us 1,400 odd armor, and I need to be replicating an extra 2,300 on top of that. Yikes! That's a lot to replicate. That is a hell of a lot to simulate here. Okay. How best can I do that? I think if I take out Prime Flow for the moment, take out these, I can figure out energy economy in a moment. There is Arcane Battery to come off my armor. I'm going to have plenty of armor, so that'll give me the flow effect. So that'll give me that there. Health Conversion is probably a good shout, because that will give me quite a chunk of extra armor. So this will give me up to 1350, so I can keep the health orbs up from somewhere. I might subsume that. Do I need to simulate specifically with Valkyr? For thematic purposes, yes. For thematic purposes, yes. So 1350 plus the 735 times 1.995 at the moment. I'm at 2816. If I get another 900 armor somewhere, that'll be close enough. And that is Arcane Guardian. There we go. Okay. That'll do. Don't know about the energy sustain on this. In fact, I do know about the energy sustain on this. If I swap in Equilibrium in here somehow... Swappity... Swappity... Good enough. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace Paralysis with Varuna's ability, which should give me plenty of health orbs. Health orbs are going to lead to both buffing health conversion to make that effective, and give me the energy income I need. That should do the trick for comparing this. Float, no idea what might be causing your spanners to stick. No, you'll need to contact Twitch support on that one, sorry. With that much armor, Arcane Battery will give me plenty of energy max. That's the idea. So it'll just make this easier to test. So it was the Varuna ability, Like Us Hunt, that's the name of it. I totally knew that. I need 1% more bile. Screw you, game. Screw you. Alright. Tackle Blade, Void Gel Orbs, there we go. Anything else to feed? Might as well feed this in at the same time. Cubic Diodes, who needs them? Not me. Right. Like Us Hunt, Infuse ability, replace Paralysis on Config A. There we go. Alright. So this is to allow us to compare the armor functionality. Did I put adaptation on here? Not yet. So you'd probably want to use this with adaptation. Let's be realistic about that as well. For all the benefit that's doing, I'm checking that off. Sod it. Shod it. What I would like to get on here as adaptation. Is it going to fit? Nope. Sod it. Don't need that mod anyway. Don't need that mod anyway. I'll figure my way around it. What can I put in here instead? Oh, look, another way of generating the energy. In fact, that's something that would come with the update. So let's simulate that, because I'm not going to be using Hysteria. So sod it. Let's put Equilibrium and Hunter Adrenaline in here. I can use a higher Equilibrium now. There we are. Why not? Let's just roll with that. And I'm going to put on a shard for that starting energy. Actually, I'm not using Hysteria. I don't need the energy. I'm not using Hysteria. It's fine. Okay, melee-wise. Let's, Time to take pre- or post-mitigation damage for energy. I think it's after reductions, which hurts it a bit, I suppose. Venka? Nah, I want something more powerful. Gotta use a claw-type weapon? I really don't. What Incarnate do I want to use? Actually, we're all familiar with the level of the Praedos. It's similarly slashy hacky, so let's go with that. I've got a melee exposure set up. Sure, why not? Melee exposure. It's not going to be as... Oh, look at all those stat stick builds. Oh, they're dead to us now, aren't they? But yeah, this is not a melee influence approach. It's not using fortification, so sod it. This should be good enough for at least a test demo. And companion, because you would have a companion equipped, so I'm going to have a companion equipped. Let's go with Nautilus to simulate a little bit of a grouping effect from time to time. But no gun. Yeah, so we'll get the occasional cordon. It's not going to be attacking because I've taken off its gun, so it won't be able to keep triggering all of its other features. Yeah, it's not going to be triggering this as much, so we'll get the occasional grouping to, again, slightly simulate the changes that is coming with Valkyria. That's the idea of what I'm going with here. I don't care about thematics, I care about simulation. So, let's head on down to Sanctum Anatomica. Let's see how she fares right now. Probably terribly. I'm not going to activate the negative debuffs, I just want to see what she's like at the moment. So yeah, max energy reduced by 75%, not whilst I'm testing. Gear embargo, sure, why not? Energy exhaustion, you know what, sure, why not? Lethargic shields, actually, you know what, yeah. With the exception of the max energy reduction, because that's just going to get in the way, let's keep the other three on. I'm not going to care about the mirror defense because she's not a control frame. It's the exterminate I'm testing on. It's that level I'm testing against. That's what I want to know about. Just the exterminate. The rest is immaterial to me. Let's see how that feels.
The enemy has massed and moves to strike at the heart of our lands. And
Alright.
there, the manor. Phase 1.
Let's see if we tank through this.
To be initiated on the move.
I don't have my healing on here. That's... I should have put Life Strike on. Whoopsie. I should have put Life Strike on my melee. Let's dip out. That was an oversight. Because she would have healing on hit as well. So, not Life Strike. Healing Return, is it? Yes, Healing Return. Are they increasing her base HP too? They are, actually. They're doubling it. But I can't put on Vitality twice. So yeah, Healing Return. It's not going to be the same as the effect that Valkyria can get, but it'll be a demonstrative bonus. Ooh. What do I remove? Sorry, Gladiator Might. You gotta go. Oof. Also, just a thought. Galvanized Steel, could you fit there? Yes? That's gonna be a buff. Alright, cool. There we are. The hell has that cost? Yeah. It's fine. We'll see how that works out. So now we've got not perfect healing on the melee attacks. That should give us enough simulation now. Again, this is doing the best that I can in a reasonable amount of time, not over-mathing it. I'm not equipping the hero though, can't be bothered. I'm not trying to over-math this, I'm just trying to give a reasonable demonstration for Valkyria. This is post-patch Valkyria using only Warcry and 200% strength for tanking. And adaptation, because I put that in there. I'm not able to test the max health buff. I'm not able to test various features. I'm already dead. Alright, I'm back. So, I didn't activate Lycaf's Hunt. Now we got that up. That'll give me the other bit of armor that I was not equipping. Gotta watch out for those exploding. They will hurt. The problem with simulating is that I need to remember all the bits that are part of the simulation. Nope, like that. That will hurt. Need to watch out for those. This is the second time this week I have used a melee-focused approach on this bloody mission. Walk right up. No, no, it's going to explode. It's going to explode! Can I have a not dead enemy, please? Thank you. I'm not even collecting the health orbs from them because they are just perishing the wrong way. This is a terrible mission to test with. Oop, shit. It's so hard to get out of the range of that in time. Am I even getting health orbs from it? I don't think oh, I don't have the ability up at that moment. Get out of the range, get out of the range. EDA isn't Steel Path? Correct. So the enemies are less tanky for their level than they would be on Steel Path, but their damage output is the same. Alright, these explodey boys, they are really going to make this more difficult than it should be. Where are these enemies running off to? What is your navigation, bro? Attack me! Doesn't EDA have health modifiers to the enemies? Oh, true, it does have a little bit, yeah. Not the full amount in a solo mission, but it does have some, yes. Yeah. I was out of range of that. Don't tell me I was in range. I was out of range of that. Nip! Motherfucker. They are so endless with these goddamn things. Nope, I'm gonna... Okay. The suicide bomber hands are kind of doing me in, but yeah. Valkyrie is definitely a little on the struggling end there. Plus also needing to keep up the duration on everything.
Let's add this to the ever-increasing pile of
Definitely on the struggling end. It's one of the times you'd consider rolling guards. Rupturing Fragments really fucking with me there. Let's take this over to ETA and see if it has one that doesn't have exploding bullshit that makes it seem a lot worse than it normally would be, because the damage output from those is high. And you'd just stand back and shoot them. Let's be real. You would just stand back and shoot them. So creation on the tank in ETA, I'm not going to go full way through. I just want to get a damage incoming experience that isn't EDA bullshit. Levels are what people care about, and it's a perfectly valid complaint to say, oh, but if she can't tank the rupturing hands, well, yeah. I'm doing the best I can to demonstrate this whilst we're still missing the fuller buff she can equip. Don't forget that I'm trying to replicate what she will be without Arcane Tanker, without health conversion. You can still add those on. Alright, fractured armor. Okay, no. No. Duration negative status effects is tripled. We would be immune to those, so no. Gain 1 puncture status effect every time you take damage. We'd be immune to statuses, so no. Let's turn those off. Ammo restored by drops in gear. Fine. So I hope y'all understand the choices I'm making there for demonstration purposes. Would hysteria effect still be active when you shoot with your gun? I'm gonna guess no, but they haven't been fully clear on that. I'm gonna guess no. Dealing with the hands isn't a case of killing them quickly, Dante. It's the fact that when they die, they explode. And so you need to get out of the range of it straight away.
Signals are messing with all my equipment. Jerks. Will you, like,
Alright.
take a bunch out and see if
Try
that
and
clears things
activate
up?
stuff.
I really need clean data.
Need to get those initial stacks of armor up to replicate what she'll actually be. Day 0. Nautilus already down. Sure, staggered me. That wouldn't happen. Oh, that's friendly. Can't hit friendly. re-up this. Fire cache nearby, I couldn't care less. Okay. I'd say at the moment this is... It's a little tough, but she's got half the health and not maxed... Certainly not max damage reduction that she can achieve post-patch. Oh, need to re-up this. That is rough to do in front of enemies, my bad.
Hello everyone.
So the corrosive proc on her, that wouldn't be there. We'd be immune to that. And that is affecting my ability to tank. Airsoft, thank you very much for the resub there. 30 months! That's a lot of support. Thank you very much. So yeah, all of this corrosive I'm constantly walking through would not be there. The gas wouldn't be there. The healing would be probably stronger. Because I'm getting 11 or 12, was it? No, I think it's 11 per status type. But should be getting just 100 hit points per hit. I just lost my combo there. I mistimed my freaking Tennokai. Ah! Alright, it's fine. I'll just rebuild it. Ow. That stagger wouldn't happen. So she's handling, at the moment, solo. No crazy extra buffs or anything going on. I'm doing the best I can with what I got. And she is handling. It's a little touch and go. So the extra benefit she'd be getting would get her outside of that. She'll be doing plenty of damage with a full follow through. I've not reactivated my buffs in this simulation. But it is close. Oh, Warcry ran out again. I thought I'd just throw a rip line in there because we were using them. Made it feel more post-updatey. Where's that enemy at? Where am I taking damage from if there's no enemies here? What? Give me your faces. I wish to consume them. Like, she's holding up here. She is holding up. I don't think anyone can reasonably debate that at this point. It's touch and go, but she's holding. Oops. Unless I forget to recast everything. Can I use a bubble for a sec? Thank you. Some enemies hiding in here. Yep, there they are. Up this for the orb generation, which post-patch is still going to be a great ability to have. I honestly do believe so. That magnetic proc would not be able to hit me normally. That stagger would not be able to hit me normally. Naughton Prime would still go down. I just lost my combo again, god damn it. Nautilus is back. Oh, I looked at the chat. I don't know what killed me because I looked at chat because I saw my name highlighted. But it was from an earlier message. Oopsies. I'm just going to bleed out, I can't be bothered.
Really? Gods, why does Archimedia have to be so hard?
That is a question. That is a question. So yeah. I feel she would be in a manageable point there. Manageable, but it would be on the edge of manageable. Definitely on the edge of it. Why Praedos? Don't be wrong, love Praedos, blah, blah, blah. Why not Slam, Nami, Solo, Influence? Oh dear. Oh dear. Welcome on into the stream. Welcome on in. What we were not trying to do there is obliterate everything with as much damage as possible. What we're trying to do there is get an idea as to how Valkyrie's tank could possibly appear post-patch by running her with a specified amount of tank comparable to what she'll be with 200% strength and just 200% strength Warcry buffing herself only with adaptation. So I had to put on extra defenses to mirror what she'll be capable of post-patch. Yeah. Hero Coda version can simulate it better? Not really, no. Not in a way that matters. Is that matching base or with Umbral? This is a non-Umbral approach. So this was just looking at, as I say, having that 3,700 armor-ish, which is what she'll be with 200% strength Warcry only. And then otherwise adaptation thrown on there. I can't simulate the double health she'll have, because you'll be wanting to use a health mod anyway to have that extra buffer for responding to heavy hits. There's not really much more I can do to better simulate it whilst it's still being Valkyrie. And I certainly can't simulate her talons at the moment because her talons are getting a huge amount of buffs. Not to mention it would put me into Hysteria, which would just make me invulnerable at the moment. Archon Shards, I'm not going to go any further extent on this. I've already demonstrated what needed to be demonstrated. So is your question Archon Shards because Kengineer you failed to show me what we need to see? Or is your question Archon Shards because you thought I forgot they existed? Which one is it? Isn't the 270 mistyped on Prime? Valkyrie Prime base is 370. If you're on about the health, she gets plus 100 for leveling up. So, if I were to form this right now, that would drop back down to 270. Didn't they used to show the level buffs here? I guess they took that out. Something like that. It's alright for her not to be perfect. People still want it to be good. Rank bonuses are above abilities? Oh, right. Of course they are. Yes, I knew that. So yeah, there it is. Base health plus 100. Hence why 370, not 270. That's where it is. So, yeah. Valkyrie's tank looks like it might be on the cusp of handling EDA, ETA. Something on those lines, but yeah. There's definitely room for enhancements to health tanks. Definitely room for that. She should handle EDA or ETA. Emphasis on the should. But it's not like you can just walk into the middle of enemies and not pay much attention. You're going to still need to keep yourself alive. Absolutely. Again, bear in mind that all of what I just did there was using a hodgepodge throw together to give us an idea of the tank. So duration was low, I had no grouping abilities available to me, at least appropriate ones. Because of low duration, this was just not lasting anywhere near as long as it normally should, so I was having to recast it more. I was having to give up an arcane slot to try and get the energy because I was giving up slots to other things to try and make it work. I was giving up a slot for 900 armor there. So this was a gimped demonstration because I was mostly focused on the tank aspect. Running Naramon for combo count? I was just on Naramon. If you're about to turn around and say, did you know that you can use it for Vazarin to give yourself immortality and healing? Please don't. I'm aware of the features inside of there. As I'll say, definitely still suggestions from people for 5 times armor instead of 3. Is that really the make or break that she needs? Is that really the make or break? Because, again, let's take the 200% strength approach. Under the new numbers, let me just get back the new numbers. They are in this one. So you got Valkyria Prime Armor. You got 935. Assuming you were using just Warcry for a moment. So it'd be 100% times strength, 3 times normally. That's 4 times total. You'd be going from 3740 armor to... that'd be 6 times? 5610. 3740 divided by 4040. That's a 92.6% damage reduction. If you get a 5 times bonus instead, you'll be getting a 94.9% damage reduction. So 9257. So that would make it where she'd take about 32% less damage again. An improvement, but sure. Am I streaming in 936p? Yes, I am. It's because most people are watching the stream slightly reduced anyway, and by reducing the overall size of the screen by only a small amount, it just about brings it under the threshold, whereupon the bitrate I use gets the best quality I can while streaming at 60 FPS. So it's a trade-off with Twitch's limitations of what bitrate it can receive, and Warframe is a pretty bitrate-heavy game. Or I could just answer your question directly. I feel like explaining does better than just answering your question, because your question otherwise could just be answered in yes. 5 times wasn't a magic bullet, just suggestions to touch it up. Kind of. I get it. If people are quibbling over the numbers, then Pablo's done a good job already for them. If people are just quibbling, make that maybe 5 times, or maybe give that a little bit more health, or maybe make that a little bit cheaper, or maybe this, maybe that, maybe. Those little bits here or there are touch-ups, more than anything. But yeah. Pablo dub? This is a Pablo mid. This is definitely a Pablo mid. The passive is uninspired, and it's additive, but they didn't even put the additive detail in here. And I'm giving them minus marks for continuously referencing this 75% threshold, whilst referring to a 300% buff, which would suggest that this kicks in at a fraction of the total buff, 1/4 of it, when it's actually 3/4. So that's a minus mark for poor readability. And this being not quite a copycat, but close to a copycat of Garuda, it's... yeah, Valkyria was looking over Garuda's shoulder when doing the homework on this one. Doesn't feel particularly inspiring. The new stats are just new stats, they're just buffs. Okay, fair enough, give it out a little bit of base buffs. Ripline, huge improvement. Warcry, small improvements, but fair enough. Extra duration is nice. The affinity range to allies is nice. Recast is nice. No longer slows enemies, that's moved out, but it's its own issue anyway. Can be cast while moving is nice. It's buffs. We like those. It's QOL on the already strongest ability of it. Paralysis at a 50 energy cost to then have melee damage vulnerability is not really what she's caring for. The slow effect is there, but it's in a 10-meter base radius. Mostly it's the energy cost that is really hurting this. Really hurting this. Changing it from shield cost to energy cost like that, the shield cost was minimal. It genuinely was. It was only 33% of your shields. No one cared for the damage on it. It was the other benefits. So now you're basically just getting a 10 times energy cast cost. That's a huge expense. And on Hysteria here, I like moving Warframe away from invulnerability tanking. I've been complaining about it for years, quite frankly. But people are absolutely valid to bring up that hit point tanking is reaching its limits. has already reached its limits. And it's been a while since we've had a proper improvement to hit point tanking. Things like Arcane Reaper, things like Melee Fortification simply do not go far enough when it comes to hit point tanking. There's been appropriate complaint that the energy drain should perhaps be lowered even further, because 15 is absolutely huge. 10 is still quite a lot of energy consumption for such an ability. Immunity to status effect is nice. That's kind of slightly fixing what's lost with the lack of invulnerability, but still, it's nice. It is significant to have, so don't gloss over that. Lifesteal being more scalable rather than just the all-or-nothing 5%, I'm on board with. Again, it comes into the whole Warframe needs scaling so that conversations of ever-scaling nature can still happen. I'm not thinking about just Warframe today, I'm thinking about Warframe 2028. If Valkyrie is still going to be relevant in Warframe 2028, 3 years after this rework, we're going to need to have the ability to still scale things. And not just Valkyrie, but also any consideration of buffs that Valkyrie can pick up from new content. So yeah. We don't know if there's an invuln gate on it. There is a 3-second invuln gate on the passive. They stated that somewhere in here. Here. Gives Valkyrie 3 seconds invuln. So yeah, there is that detail. All numbers are subject to change, which is partly why people are making such a fuss, hoping to change whatever numbers they can. I always take complaints asking for further buffs with a pinch of salt, because let's face it, if someone has the opportunity to ask for a buff for their favourite Warframe, they're going to ask for a buff. Curious to say, field damage reduction instead of Warcry multiplier would have been nicer, and probably more accepting of the change. I disagree. I disagree for 2 reasons. One, without it, Warcry's buff is still a very small one. This makes it where Warcry is important, and so there is the inherent synergy there. Second, a damage reduction value is no different from armor. The amount of armor gained can be scaled just like a damage reduction feature can be scaled. Is the 5% lifesteal less than 50 per hit? Oh no, quite the opposite. 5% lifesteal is basically guaranteed full health every single hit. If you have 1,000 health and you have a 5% lifesteal, then if you deal anywhere more than 20,000 damage in a hit, it's just insta health. Because 20,000 damage, 5% of that is 1,000. So yeah, 5% lifesteal is absolutely staggeringly high. Now that 5% was not modified by strength, this is, so you can take this higher than it currently says there. But 5% lifesteal is just, again, a conversation ender. For Warframe to have level scaling balance, it can't have conversation enders. Conversation enders makes it where you get people saying, oh, just play Revenant. You can't die. Do I think the flat amount will do better with damage attenuation? What, the 50 health? Irrelevant. We don't have damage attenuation on Warframes. You're asking a different question otherwise at that point. Zop saying, also worth noting, if this was supposed to be a paradigm shift, don't think I can blame people for taking this at face value as not a full shift. Who might be disagreeing with the change for current Warframe, not this new Warframe, that is potentially the direction. Okay, feels like we're a little bit of a circuitous path of a point there, sorry. Also, I mean, when you do damage to an NPC with attenuation. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So, the healing we could get per hit here might be better than when we're hitting an attenuated target, where we might be landing less than 50,000 damage per hit. Possibly. I'm not sure just how much attenuated damage we do get in, typically, but you're possibly right there. At the very least, being able to get that health regardless of the damage you're dealing can be a positive, yes. Not just a negative. If the other tanking options works, you won't begrudge Revenant? Pretty much my point. Invulnerability ends the conversation. Revenant has no further scaling. He is already just invulnerable. And that is exactly what is causing the kerfuffle here with Hysteria, is that Valkyrie is losing that conversation-ending invulnerability. Is there a ratio of how much more armor than health or vice versa to be an effective health tank? No. A lot of people misunderstood that when I did the video on the Archon shards for the blue ones. Azure? Yeah. When I did the blue Archon shard video, I pointed out there's this curious little relationship depending on which Archon shard to use. Do you use the health one or do you use the armor one? And I pointed out that when it comes down to calculating effective hit points, there was a very simple, is armor 300 above health, or whichever way around it was. I forget the exact way around. And I seriously regret pointing out that mathematical quirk, because so many people have come away from that thinking that is how you should always consider effective hit point changes. If your armor or health is in that threshold, always do one or the other for any kind of buff, and that's just completely incorrect. It was only specifically for comparing those Archon shards, and only specifically for effective hit points, not for healing purposes. You should almost always use the armor shard, not the health shard. And then for anything else, again, the message was just lost on people. So I regret pointing out that quirk. Is that Sirs? I'm going to go with Sir. Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Welcome to the channel proper, and enjoy your lovely blue sub badge, and no more ads for you, plus all the other bits and pieces come with that. Cheers. What's my ideas on health tanking and how can it be changed if needed? To summarise the last couple hours of stream, I would say very simply that when it comes to health tanking, we need higher tier upgrades that can replace our existing upgrades. Just like Galvanized Chamber directly replaces, what do you call it? A Split Chamber. Nearly the same drain, much more expensive to invest into, but still just one mod slot, same drain if it's polarized, literally just better. It's a more powerful upgrade for more powerful players at a later stage of the game. That is what we need on other stuff as well. Specifically, the tank side of things. Give us the more powerful upgrades, give us the superior health, armor, other damage reduction options to make it where we can invest and pay for that extra tank. Warframe has gear-based leveling. I said this in a short I made years ago, and it remains correct. Warframe has gear-based leveling. Give us the gear. Just give us the gear. Job done. Primed adaptation, no timer? Well, as in one that just never runs out? I guess. I wouldn't be against that. What does superior health for armor mod look like? Higher value, straight up. Much higher values. In the case of adaptation, as Zom jokingly suggested, I think that's a joke, but maybe more serious. Adaptation that doesn't run out. Once you got the stacks, it stays stacked. Give us the greater health, give us the greater armor. The armor is the much more important one there. Give us other damage reduction modding features. So it is just that much stronger. What is that? What is the shock absorbers? Isn't that literally Umbral Vitality and Fiber? No, because those are set mods, firstly, so they need to work with each other, which limits your modding options. Secondly, they're Umbral Polarities, which makes them much harder to fit. Thirdly, they cost a lot more than their base mods to fit, and we are running into capacity issues in our builds already. Serious capacity issues. So having a 16-16-16 for mods that are normally a 12-12-11, it's just too much of a demand. And it doesn't even give you that much of an increase, really. It doubles your EHP. It's not really that much of a change when you consider the damage scaling from level 150 to 400 is 4.5 times increase. Now imagine a mod like this, but a lot stronger. So it's not 20% physical damage resistance, it's 80% physical damage resistance. That would be a happy slot. That would be a huge slot. 80% damage resistance on physical damage. Wouldn't cover elemental, wouldn't cover your blast, your heat, your toxins. If that was 80%, bam. You put that into a lot of health tanks. Meanwhile, your shield gate setups, they look at that and they go, oh, I don't need it. Times 5 EHP against physical, but yes. You feel like flying frames have a lot of these? There are quite a few airborne bonuses, yes. There are quite a few. So that is what I think could change to make this kind of move much more palatable and make further moves possible in that arena. Immortality is a terrible, terrible way for game design to let you tank. If the main way of survivability is immortality, it doesn't matter if you're at level 10 or level 10 million. It's always the same thing. There's no more scaling that can be done at that point. Do I think Hysterical Onslaught is an oversight for the rework? Hysterical Onslaught being the augment? Is it? No? Wait, hang on. Hang on. Hysterical... You mean Assault? Oh no, that's just its own thing. Yeah, they're not changing it. Cannot be equipped at the same time as Enraged. If you feel that it should be adjusted, raise it with DE. I'm not going to have a personal opinion on that one, I'll be honest. It's just an alternative thing you can do, I suppose. Which the one kind of does better now, I suppose. There is that. Oh yeah. Sure, that could be looked at. It could be looked at. It's not where I'm going to focus much of my attention at the moment, I'll be honest, because there are much bigger fish to fry than a crappy little augment. Better the crappy little augment than a crappy little ability fixed by an augment, right? Now, we haven't even looked at these, and I'm very aware as to the time, so let's try and get through these as quickly as possible. I'll be honest, there's not actually as much to talk in here in the slightest. Warframe categories are gonna be interesting. So Ash, for example, is listed as a damage and stealth frame. So damage, yes. Crowd control, no. Makes sense. Support, no. Makes sense. Survival, no. Makes sense. Is invis. Stealth, yes. That's where the invis go. I wish them all the best with the Arsenal categories. It's there for new players to try and get a better idea of what their frames are for. I kind of get it. Sure, why not? Try it out, see how it goes, see how new players work with it. We'll see how it comes together. Weapon categories. This is definitely necessary, splitting weapons into appropriate categories, because my god is searching for those categories currently an absolute pain in the ass. For example, if I were to search for... Let's try searching for beam. Let's see if it works. If I go in-game at the moment... and I search beam, how well does it work? Amprex, Basmu, Fullman Prime. I know why it's there. I don't like it, but I know why it's there. Yeah. You can see why they're introducing categories, because we still want the ability to search, as things should be searchable, but... I know why it's there. I said I know why it's there. It's fine. It's just... So this is a welcome change, and I'm all for them doing this, honestly. I look forward to it being broken and wrong, because the C and DE, but still a welcome change. Other Arsenal QOL. Ability to sort mod inventory by selecting mod stats in the upgrade UI. Honestly, I like that. That's such a sweet little inclusion. I don't know if many people really asked for it, but just click on health and bam, it just auto-fills in the search bar for just health. I like that. If nothing else, it'll point out to players who just kind of clicking around like, oh, what's this health for? Click, health. Oh, you can sort. Oh. Also, yes, great for controller. Very true. Because typing on controller. So yes. Improve the search functionality in the arsenal to be more reliable, bring up associated weapons based on the search term. Fair enough. It's kind of what we were on about a second ago. And salty weapon restrictions modifiers will be based on these categories, meaning picking an appropriate weapon should be much easier. That is good, although it might end up being a little bit more restrictive. But mostly good. When the salty says bring a beam, if it says bring a beam, or bring a bow, bring a shotgun, you know that you're in the right category straight away. So that is good. Will Envoy be a sniper? No, it's going to be a launcher. Enemy changes! In addition to streamlining the new player path, we're also improving the gameplay difficulty and variety with new players in mind. As you progress in Warframe, individual enemies are less of a concern, because we can just destroy them. But they're still diversifying stuff. That's good. Bailiffs. Basically, does a charge forward, has a slam, it's a tanky mini-boss type unit. Okay. First question. Is this term here, mini-boss, is that term supposed to hide... Also, I realise I should probably just move myself over again. I'm in the way of some of these headers. So is that term mini-boss supposed to scare me into fearing damage attenuation? They don't say heavy unit, they say mini-boss unit. Please don't give it attenuation. Please learn your lesson, DE. Don't go for more attenuation. Please no. Please no. Okay? No. No. Anyway, it comes sliding in. This animation, I hope, is a work in progress, because I'll be honest, the animation looks a little jank. It comes sliding in, and it doesn't seem to move along the slide. So it goes into a pose and gets dragged, and that's got to be a work in progress animation. It's gotta be. And then it stops, and a moment later does the slam. And I get that that's telegraphed, but it feels more Warframe 2013 than it does Warframe 2025. So I hope that's not a final animation. It's got to be preview. It's got to be, right? Right? Ballista. Ballistas now lock onto players and release a charged shot. We've updated the VFX on their beam to telegraph when they're about to shoot, and have spruced up the shot to give it an extra oomph as well. I am on board with 90% of this. Yeah, I know. I've got a nitpick. I'm on board with 90% of this. I have one singular change, which should be a very obvious decision. And Mr. Badman gets extra credit for nailing it straight away. It should not be green to red. It should be blue to red. Red-green colorblindness is the most common form of colorblindness. There is no reason to be using green and red indicators when blue and red or blue and orange exists. Just one tiny little change. Just blue and red. Colorblindness exists, and we shouldn't need to turn on a colorblind setting just to see if an enemy is about to shoot. But safe danger? Yeah, you're safe when they're not shooting you. Also, light-colored, non-red beams are used, for example, in the boss fight against the Murmur, the fragmented one. When it has the beams, it lines them up with a light color as well. Doesn't Warframe have color blindness effects? It does have color blindnessy things in, but they can often cause the game to look worse in plenty of places. So honestly, just blue-red, like it should always be. Blue-red or blue-orange. Either works. Teal-orange. So yeah. Little detail. Otherwise, I'm on board with the rest of it. Sounds great, but come on. Red-green colorblindness. It's a simple thing to work around. This is why in my videos I will usually use highlights of yellow and teal. Sorry, yellow and cyan to stand out. Comment that? Oh, I will be commenting it. I will be commenting it. Eviscerators. A new area denial mechanic shooting out a volley of grenades in a pattern. Sure, why not? Super cool. I have no comments on this one. No mark, no changes, no concerns. Throws out a line of grenades. Sounds good. We can shoot grenades, so long as we can still shoot these grenades, even more fun. Why not? I'm fine. Miscellaneous quality of life. Let's have a look then. All that is just It's coming. Wild Kubros no longer attack players unless the player attacks a Kubro or Kubro Den first. Okay. I suppose that might be a good thing for stealth players. So that's cool. Arbitration Honors shop, basically a pity system for arbitration drops. You'll be able to spend Vitus Essence on these things that you may have not been able to get hold of, such as, for example, you're still trying to get adaptation, you don't want to trade for it. That's just brilliant. I have no comment to add to this one, it's just the correct thing to do. Love it. Archon Shard removal will require different secretions per shard colour. Finally. This was previously announced, but it's good to see it listed out properly here. Normal shards are having half the cost as well, and then it's Oxide, Synthetics Bile, Pheromone, Biotics, Calc, split across the 6 colours, like shown here. Bile is staying on the amber one, which I know has made Zom unhappy. Sorry, Zom, it looks like they were specifically hunting you with this. But yeah, that is nice. Also, did I skip over an arbitration bit? I did read another one. It must be lower down. Okay. Made the following changes to Ivara's concentrated arrow augment, with the goal of making it stronger as a single target killer and status effect dispenser. Now deals 50% critical chance on a fully charged shot, with additional 50% crit chance on weak point hits, which includes headshots. Okay. More in the crit. AoE Explosion applies status effects with a 20% base chance. That's not nothing. You can work with that. AoE Explosion has line of sight check within the first 5 meters. Do they really mean within or beyond? Because if we have line of sight checks only really close by, but then after that it goes through walls, I don't think that word means what you think it means, DE. Yeah, that one clearly means line of sight outside of 5 meters. They just C and DE. It's relevant so many times it hurts. So this to bring it in line with other Warframe abilities, whilst also balancing with the above adjustments. Okay. LOS check on it is a heavy hit, but no, actually, I'm just going to stop there. An LOS check on it is a heavy hit. Because explosive weapons don't have an LOS check, and this is a weapon. We have an augment that's giving it these features, but it's a weapon. When are they adding LOS to melee influence? When are they adding LOS to Tenet Envoy? Please don't. Weapons don't have LOS, so why specifically concentrated arrow? You can now change your loadouts in EDA and ETA screens, that's just nice. Added the Universal Gemini emote, that is nice for those who use those emotes. Added new auxiliary option to Minerva's Gemini skin, to put sunglasses on her face. Sure. And reduce Dedicant's health by 30% following community feedback. I don't think the community feedback was, hey, D, can you reduce its health by 30%? I think the community feedback was, remove damage attenuation from common rank enemies. Please. 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 The number of times I have gone through missions. I had it on stream just the other day when doing the ETA, and I was tearing through most enemies. I'd get to a Dedicant, and I'm just stabby, 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 stabby. Is it finally dead yet? Okay, cool. Oh, another one has spawned. Stabby, 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 stabby. 30% is... It's going to make that 30% shorter, sure. But it's still absolutely ridiculous compared to other enemies. It's a basic unit. It's not supposed to have damage attenuation. We're not missing out on any interesting mechanics. It's not making the gameplay more fun. All we have to do is just sit in front of the non-threatening unit and continue to shoot it until the game gives us permission to move on. Yeah. I understand why attenuation is added to boss fights. I really do. And having attenuation on boss fights where you can also bypass it through tactical gameplay, like hitting specific moving weak points, that works. This doesn't work. This is not what the community feedback has been at any point for the Dedicant. Yeah. Captura quality of life. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to skip over this. It's Captura. If you use Captura, you'll care about it. If you don't use Captura, you won't care about it. You know where the dev blogs are, the dev workshops, if you really want to have a look into this. Otherwise, when it comes out, you'll have quick access menus and some other things are changing in places slightly. Cool. Also coming with Ileweaver, we have junction changes. Now, there are quite a few down here. First of all, this reasoning is actually quite important. Junctions are vital tools to guide players through the star chart, ensure they learn some of Warframe's fundamentals. Since their introduction with Spectres of the Rail in 2016, we've adjusted their Spectres, rewards, and tasks over various updates. The Ileweaver update brings a UI refresh and other quality of life changes. That doesn't begin to touch what they've actually done here. Junctions offer much information, but players cannot interact with the UI itself. Clicking on a junction would just put you in the junction. I'm going to skip over the wordiness of this and just give you the full rundown. You can't enter a junction until you are ready to actually complete the junction. Instead, clicking it will give you more information about what you need to access the junction. On top of that, the tasks are no longer do this task, then junction, then all the rewards. They're moving it to each time you complete an objective of a junction you have unlocked, you then get that reward. So you complete Vor's Prize, you get Dreamer's Bond. You equip Dreamer's Bond, you get Chilling Grasp. You rank up Dreamer's Bond, you get Taxon. You start building Taxon, you get an Orokin Reactor. It is progressive. And then once you do the junction, you get 2 more rewards. This is brilliant. That drip feed of information, that walking a player through it, absolutely brilliant. I'm fully on board with that. And the smart focus here, teaching about getting the player to actively equip the aura. It says, go on, put it in, see what it does. And up goes the capacity, and the new player goes, oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. And then they tell you, now rank it up and see what it does. More capacity. Ooh! New players will just see it and it'll be obvious. Very, very obvious. So I love that. That is a straight up positive. The Mercury Junction, complete Vox Solaris, you get Incubator Power Core. Use credits, purchase Rhino Blueprint from the market, you get Fast Deflection. Defeat Jackal and collect all Rhino Blueprints, you get North Wind. Start building Rhino, you get a Warframe slot. This is interesting to me. This is very curious to me. On the one hand, I love that it's pointing out you repeat this mission over and over to get different drops, and those drops combine together to build the Rhino. When I first started playing Warframe, I didn't understand where you could get Warframes from. I genuinely did not understand. When it came to just assembling a Warframe, I saw that I got a piece for Rhino, and a piece for Oberon, and a piece for Excalibur, and a piece for Mag, and I was like, what's going on here? What am I supposed to do with this? And then I gave up. I tell you, frequently when people ask, when did I start playing Warframe? I say late 2019, but I actually tried it a couple years prior to that, and it just did not click with it, and that was one of the issues. So having that specifically, that is a massive positive right there. That is a massive positive. What's curious is that that's going to lead to some players very early on getting very frustrated because they're going to be unlucky. There are going to be some players very frustrated very quickly with that. And I don't know what do you want to do about that, if anything. Jackal's not the fastest fight either? It's not, no. If you go through it 3 times, as a new player just wanting to move on with the rest of the game, that's already a pretty significant sink of time, especially if it's a new player that struggles on the fight. And be real, there will be new players struggling on the fight. That's just a fact. New players are new to Warframe. They don't have the experience you and I have to easily take it down. So that is going to be problematic. That is definitely going to be problematic. For the people who get it in 3 tries, cool. They move on, but they still spent a lot of time on it. 4 tries, they're going to be slightly miffed they had to do an extra run. 6 tries, they're going to be grumbly. Beyond 6 tries, that... And they only have 2 planets at that point. Earth and Mercury. Ooh. And then, new start building of Rhino Warframe. Very silent point. If you need to build the parts to be able to complete that, that is a harsh lock. That is a harsh lock. So, personally, the way I would change this is defeat the Jackal 3 times. Just defeat the Jackal 3 times. And this one, start building a Rhino piece. As I'm sadly saying, another way to look at it is this. If that's too much for you, Warframe's probably not a game for you. No, I don't agree. It's similar to the whole adage of babies cry because everything is a new experience to them. Whereas, as adults, we learn to just get over shit. Most of the time. When you're a new player to a game, and you get told, hi, thank you for playing for the last 2 hours. Can you now spend 1 hour on this one mission because you're unlucky? That's a big ask. If you've been playing for 100 hours and you spend 1 hour on one mission because you're unlucky, it's 1% of your playtime. That's going to happen at some point. That's the trade-off. And that's the trade-off that, especially as, again, a new player is going to be just less good at doing the engagement. It's going to be more work for them, more of a struggle, because they don't have our gear, they don't have our knowledge. So, I'm perfectly fine with a repeat of Jackal, of teaching, go back to the same mission, do it again. You're going to get different drops, probably. But just 3 runs. Hell, 2 runs will be enough, but 3 runs. If they did it 2 runs, what they could do with 2 runs is they could sneak in a little hard code that for the first and second time you ever do that mission, you get different drops. So you'll always get Rhino systems first and Rhino neuroptics second, and thereafter it's RNG. So they can make it just do it twice, and it teaches you in doing it twice that 1, it's repeatable, 2, you get different drops. That little rig right there, and then start building a Rhino component. They could specify, start building Rhino neuroptics, because they'd know by hard coding it, you'll have neuroptics. And that removes the time gate, that removes the bad luck, that moves forwards. And I am going to be feeding this back as well. I am absolutely going to be feeding that back. You're not farming Rhino by choice, that's a difference. Again, running it twice isn't a forced full construction of Rhino at that point. How would the math work if they changed the Jackal to give 2 drops of Rhino parts? Quite significantly, I don't feel that's necessary. I don't feel that's necessary, making it so visibly different that you get 2 parts there but nowhere else. And there's only 3 parts in total, so why drop 2 parts? No, I don't feel that's necessary. How would it work? Are they going to make a separate node for first-time players? I mean, they could make it that way. They could make it, if you're a first-time player going in for the first time, it secretly acts like there's no one else who can join you. Oh, what's that? You went public, but it's just you in the mission? Oh, I guess that happens sometimes. The game can cheat that way. It's very easy for it to cheat that way. And if someone goes into a pre-made squad before they go in, well, all bets are off. You're in a pre-made squad now. That's the way it can be coded. It's a... Functionally, from a logic standpoint, it should be simple enough to code that. That's a very simple flag to put on the account. So I don't see that being an issue. It would require someone to try to break it, and at that point it's not so much broken as just you didn't get the benefits of being a new player. So yeah. Does Limbo also have 1 minute build on parts? I don't recall, but you may be correct on that. I think they did that for Revenant at least. So yeah, they might change Rhino parts to 1 minute build, and then this is still you start building the Rhino Warframe guaranteed. I'm not against people being forced to build a Rhino Warframe, because you're going to be building Rhino eventually anyway for the mastery. I'm genuinely not against that. I am against it having an actual time gate because of the length of the time to make the Rhino parts at the moment. But if they change that as well, and then went, yeah, straight to build the full Warframe 3 minutes later. Sorry, 1 minute later because you can build all 3 at the same time. Honestly, not a problem. Not a problem. Remove the task of completing 6 waves of defense at Tessera on Venus in a single mission. Not sure how I feel about that. Because similar to how this teaches you go back and repeat it, that can be used as a teachable moment about rotations. Although, 6 waves, you're only doing rotation A anyway. So, yeah. It didn't really teach that anyway. Melody said, quote Brozime, in a free-to-play through, Rhino to new players might as well be God. Rhino is a very powerful Warframe, but it's still a step after starter frame. It always has been, near enough always. So that they get it, cool, it's amazing. And if they stick with Rhino, sure, why not? If they want to move on to other frames, then they're exploring the game. That's their own choice to get around to. It's about the teachable moments, really. It's about the teachable moments. Junction completion rewards, you get a Boltor fully built, you get some credits, and you get a couple quests. Again, the splitting up of rewards into piecemeal items to allow a newer player to process what they're getting, I'm fully on board with that. I like that. Mars Junction. Complete quest once a week, you get the Void Relic segment. Cool. New. Activate new quests using the codex in your orbiter. You get 25 codex scanners. Cool. That's fine with me. Shows you about the codex. Complete 1 mission with the bolt or primary weapon equipped. Teaches you to switch weapon to your new one. Cool. Gives you a Lith M4 relic. I get the relation to the relic segment, but purchase a weapon to be determined from the market gives you streamline. Does it have to be a weapon? Does it have to be a weapon, DE? You've got your secondary handed out here, a primary handed out here, and at this one it's going to be giving a melee. Is this not a grand opportunity to point out the purchase of companions? Would this not be a great opportunity to say, purchase a, whichever the next one is, Diriger blueprint from the market? I don't think it needs to be a weapon there. I think pointing towards that you can pick up other Sentinels in the market is the way to go there. You already built Taxon Companion? I know you already built Taxon Companion, but you've not been shown where to get them. They cost 100k though, don't they? Well then make whichever one is in the tutorial cheaper. Make that one cheaper. I know you've already picked up Taxon, but then you picked up Taxon after your primary secondary melee, so spin it around. But if they want to stick with a weapon, then sure, why not? Ultimately, still getting them to engage in the market, perfectly fine. I would say they need to be very clear. Purchase a weapon blueprint for credits from the market. But yeah. Buy any Mark 1 weapon? Oh, I still feel the Mark 1 should be removed. I really believe the Mark 1 should be removed. Isn't this a Mesa relic? Oh, that's a good point, actually. The relic would need to be continuously updated to reflect relics being taken out of circulation, wouldn't it? Unless they're just happy for a permanently semi-vaulted relic, which would be weird as well. That is a weird choice, when you think about it. When Mark 1 weapons, I think, are a terrible idea at this point in time. Mark 1 weapons are fine as tutorial weapons. And then they went, oh no, we don't want to give you tutorial weapons at the start and then have you upgrade from the tutorial weapons to better weapons. That's weird. Said no one ever. And so they replaced the Mark 1 weapons in the tutorial with not Mark 1 weapons, but left the Mark 1 weapons in, which still give mastery. And now new players have to be told, hey, you know that Paris you picked up at the start? Well, your next weapon you want to level up is the worst Paris. What? It still strikes me as the dumbest thing to leave in for new players to have to go through, just because some people wanted to have access to the Mark 1 weapon still. It's just... no. Mars Junction already gives a long vaulted relic? Oh, does it? Oh, well, fair enough then. How silly it is. And just have the mastery from Mark 1s as bonus mastery on starter weapons, or perhaps just increase the mastery from junctions. The junctions are an easy dial to tweak when it comes to mastery. Shove it there. Genuinely, just take all of these junctions and just give them the more mastery that the Mark 1 weapons would have given them. Jobs are good. And then make the Mark 1 weapons non-mastery items because they're Mark 1, and you could just pick them up if you want them from some cheap vendor. If you really want the Mark 1 weapons, they're still there. They aren't masterable because they're practice weapons. Move on with life. That's a far cleaner experience than saying to new players, congrats on finishing the tutorial, now please equip these worse weapons and level them up for no reason other than to level them up. It's just... no. Yeah, take the Mark 1 weapons to the same container at Iron Wake where the flawed mods go. Absolutely. Put them there. Put them there. Otherwise, overall, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I really like the piecemeal approach on giving out the rewards. That is great. I really like using it as an even stronger educational tool. I like that. Especially on the aura side of things, that is a good one. On the repeating a mission to get the Warframe components, I like that, but do it twice, the RNG will kill them. Definitely worried about the crafting time there. Hope that gets addressed. In fact, there is an asterisk on this. Where's the asterisk go? Where's the asterisk go, DE? Hello? Oh, sorry, here it is. It's this one. We've made changes to Rhino's crafting costs. Ah, that's separate. Never mind. Never mind. For a moment I thought there might have been a detail I missed, but no, I've read that later. So we'll get to that in a sec. As in saying, I think they should somehow highlight stuff you can buy with credits in the shop. Because first I went to market, all I saw was stuff you could buy with plat. So I didn't check the market at all until much later. Dyson, I did worse than you. I did the same thing of looking in the arsenal and go, wow, that's a lot of just plat in my face. And when I first tried out the game, that was one of the reasons I stopped playing. I picked up a Warframe part here, Warframe part there, different parts for different frames, because I was unaware of the drop tables, how they worked, because the information wasn't there. And I saw this wall of platinum, and same again for the frames, wall of platinum, and I just came to the conclusion, I see what this game is, and it's not for me. And that's why it wasn't until 2019 I actually got into Warframe proper. And I gave it another try. So, you're lucky you found out later. I found out after quitting. That wall of platinum is no joke. In fact, if we come back to this right now, when I look at my weapons, I see a lot of weapons. But new players don't see that. They see their 1 or 2 weapons they have, and then they see this. They just see plat. Also, there are a couple credit ones in there. I can't even see them at a glance. At a quick glance here, I don't see the one that is for credits until I'm looking for it. It's right there. It's that one. There is no indication just looking at these that there are blueprints you can just pick up. I have to click it to then go to view details, to then go to the blueprint. Oh wait, I can't buy this blueprint. So if they click the wrong one, if they genuinely click the wrong one, as it were, they're still going to come to the conclusion that they don't get the blueprint like this. In fact, that purchase now looks like they're going to be purchasing the blueprint. Is that the experience someone should have? Hi, welcome to the game. You're not the mastery level yet to use this. You need to get to level 7, then you purchase it for 125 platinum to build it for these materials. That's what this says to me. That is what this says to me. If I were a new player, I'm clicking this. It doesn't tell me what this is. Do I even know what 7 arrow chevron things are? I don't know. I'm a new player. Attica, quickly fire off crossbow. Yeah, that sounds good. I'd like that. Damage numbers, they're better than the weapon I have. Build requirements, it's not a clickable, it's just an info panel. I guess I can only purchase it. Yeah. I also say, large part of me wonders if these are some of the requirements put on them by Tencent. I doubt it, but that's getting into tinfoil hat territory, isn't it? Needs to UI market refresh. In fact, you say about TennoLab, it just says TennoLab. It doesn't say you can get this blueprint from the TennoLab. It just says the words TennoLab. Right there. Oh, I can't even mouse to it. Sorry. There. You see it? There. So yeah, that is... If a new player clicked onto Attica, which letter A, it's going to be near the top. They click onto Attica, this is what they see. Give up. That's what this said to me a couple years before I became a content creator. I tried Warframe, I saw things like this, and I just gave up. Except I didn't even have the view details button back then. It was a purchase button. So I just saw that, and this, and that. Plat. Just plat as far as the eye could see. And I opened up the Warframes, which didn't look like this, it looked like this. And I saw the same thing again. Plat. And I looked up, okay, how much is 325 platinum? How much is platinum Warframe? 5 platinum, okay, let's see here. 370 platinum, weird number. £14. £14 for one Warframe, and I'm quit. I was out. It was as simple as that. Did I talk about Valkyrie already? For like 3 hours, yes. Welcome on in. So there are serious weaknesses that still need addressing, but getting players to actually see that they can purchase things from the market for credits, both there and then be very specific about it here, because that should not be using different phrasing to this. They should use the same phrasing, 1 for consistency, 2 for reinforcing the lesson. But these are mostly good changes. Mostly. Also down here, arbitration unlock changes. Arbitrations are now unlocked through junction completion, specifically at completing the Pluto to Eris junction. I don't know why they went through junction completion, ... and then explained it. Again, weird phrasing, but yeah, mostly the Eris junction, that's where you get arbitrations. You don't have to complete all nodes, all the way up to and including Eris. You just need to get to Eris. That, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's now separated from Steel Path. It is accessible at a much more appropriate location for the kind of rewards you're getting, especially things like Adaptation and Rolling Guard, which are just such beautiful improvements for players at that stage of the game. Love it. Absolutely love it. Isn't it too soon? I disagree. It's going to be quite high level, and so they're going to see, oh, this is the new thing to work towards. But if they're already at that power level, which will be not long after Eris Junction, they will be ready to fight it rather than having to go through completing every single node, which is also the same requirement for getting to Steel Path. So I'm completely on board with that. 100%. Not everything you unlock is supposed to be something you can easily take on. Similar to sortie level? Yeah, and you unlock sorties before this. So yeah. Quest changes. Natar is a player's first real step into Warframe's main quest line, but this entry point into the story can be abrupt and even confusing. True. The following changes aim to reframe Natar as an introduction point. We'll get a taunting inbox message from Tarrega. Fair enough. Get someone to actually introduce us to the quest. Starting the quest, previously players would have to scan Oculus on Uranus to trigger this quest. Since it's now automatic, that requirement is gone. Instead, players will progress to the Scan the New Drones mission on Gaia Earth straight up. Cool. So you're introduced to the quest rather than having the quest dropped onto you. That's fine with me. They've added further transmissions to the mission with the goal of offering a little more narrative context as well. Probably a good idea. Earlier Warframe missions especially struggled at introducing narrative in a sensible way. So that sounds good. Especially inbox message, because you can appreciate it out of a mission. When you're in a mission, it's so easy to be bogged down by being shot at, blown across the side of the map, finding some interesting loot, that some lore drop being said by Lotus in the middle of everything that's going on, it's going to get lost. So that is nice. New War Railjack section. Two of the main content requirements for New War, Railjack and Necromechs. They've added Loner Necromechs, but there's still the Railjack segment, and yes, it can indeed be difficult. Since players can't exit the quest to beef up their Railjack, we're revisiting these sections to either buff the Railjack or nerf the enemies to address these difficulty concerns. I have a fix for this. Right here. Genuinely, I have a fix which I think is thematic and simple. Not Loner Railjack, no. One of the biggest buffs that you can get on Railjack is NPC crew. Straight up, very powerful buff. They can fix things, they can man the guns, they can defend the ship. They are brilliant. And great to be introduced. We're going into a war, everyone's on board for this, everyone's getting involved. We've even got Teshin actually on there, so it's very simple. We have the Solaris. By the time you're on New War, you've already been introduced to them, so you're definitely engaged with them. Even if they need to chop and change voice lines from elsewhere, Ordis already has the incoming transmission. It's from Fortuna, and follow on from there. Fortuna gives you 3 crewmen to help out in the fight. Solaris crew step up for the moment and do some of the work. Because they know the stakes are at hand and they're already affiliated with you. You're already affiliated with them. Solaris stepping in for the uprising in a war, it makes sense. It just makes sense. And if they can get the voice actor to do some specific lines for that, all the better, honestly. Especially if they can make some of those lines hint at the 4 Nama section. Yes, Ray, you saw where I was going. If they can put some lines in that hint, that set up the absolute weight of the failure of losing, ooh, it just brings it all together. So there is your simple fix. The crew make it so much easier. Put the crew there if the player hasn't already unlocked their own. You got 3 crew on the ship. They are Solaris, it's all built into the work you've been doing. Bam! Balance fixed. And if they need to put a little bit of stats into the guns and whatnot, you're fine. You could just give damage stats to the NPC crew. Give them 5s in everything. Nailed it. Don't need to just make the mission easier. Don't need to tell them to go play more Railjack. Give them crew. And yes, I will be feeding this to D as well, because I love the idea myself personally. Make them have only 1 star, but it's the max of the stat. They could just have 5s and everything. The players aren't going to see that they have 5s and everything. They're just going to see, oh shit, I've got crew on here with me. Let's go. Thank you, Udico. Which might then also help to explain that you've got someone else on board, Teshin. So yeah. The Solaris volunteering to help out in this moment of need, right up there. Straight up. Python C saying, well, I totally agree. Retroactively changing small narrative beats of earlier missions would open up a whole new can of worms. Not that one, it won't. What can of worms is opening up there? There were 3 Solaris on board the Railjack. Okay, cool. Where do you get crew from? The Solaris. It fits. George Lucas kind of worms? Absolutely not. You're being a naysayer. Not gonna hear the haters on this one. Right then, Vor rework. This is all still in development, and honestly, because it's so still in development, and this is mostly just a description of having some mechanics, there's nothing really to talk about here. They're talking around the details of the mission, but we need to experience the mission for this to be relevant. So, Vor rework, he's got new attacks, he's got a second stage, that's pretty much it. That's just going to need to be played. Other quality of life changes. Rhino cost changes. Basically, they're just removing a lot of the more difficult resources and putting it down to easier to acquire ones to make it buildable much, much sooner and much, much cheaper. So that's just a positive. The Morphics are gone, the Gallium is gone, the Plastids are gone. Much, much, much easier to build. So that's good. But still, I'm going to be giving the feedback on the time on it. Incarnon rotating shop. Oh. Incarnon rotating shop. Zom's asking, have you checked how fast you can build it now planet-wise? It has to be on the first 2 planets, Zom, because it's a requirement for the next junction. So it has to be the first 2 planets. Incarnon rotating shop. When an Incarnon is available in the circuit, you can buy it for platinum from Cavallero. I was wondering when they were going to do this, honestly. It was just platinum left on the table. Genuinely, just money left on the table. If anything ever proved to you that D is not a vengeful capitalistic demon, it was the fact that they can't even remember to sell the things they finished designing. Oh, dear, dear, dear. So yeah, that's just nice to have. That's just nice to have, because, dear God, it is a grind, and sometimes you just want to play something else and do the trading to get there instead. Or just swipe the card. I'm fine with it. As I'm saying, the fact you couldn't buy most Incarnons or Archon Shards is very telling. Yeah. They brought in these new things, Kuvelich weapons, the Tenet weapons. Now we've got the Coda weapons, most Incarnons, by and large, and the Archon Shards, and none of it is plat accessible, not through trading nor through direct purchase. Damn, alright, DE, flex harder. Flex harder, why don't you? And I'm not complaining, but at the same time, if we ain't gonna get changes to the circuit, I'd rather this. Yeah. Won't you still need Devouring materials to apply the adapters bought with plat? No. If it's done like the other ones are, Cavallero sells the materials with them. So you just get the whole kit. You still need to get the weapon, but the adapter and all the materials, bam, good to go, straight away. Plant resource acquisition changes. Also, they say they are looking at normal circuit progression path to deal with stuff there. We'll see what they do. Players will no longer have to scan plants to earn their extracts. Now you can just pick them up with a hold to collect contacts action. I understand going to pick them up rather than scanning, because it always felt weird to me that scanning something would give you the physical item. That doesn't make enough sense. But one simple little complaint. Why hold together? Why? What is this? No Man's Sky? Just give me the plant. Go watch Wall-E, learn the lesson, and give me the fucking plant. I just... Ah. Also, it's a buff to Oxalus. Oxalus can still scan. Yeah. It could scan before, it can scan now. No change there. Please do the same change for picking up Kavat scans. Yeah, sure. Make it where Kavats just drop them. Sure. But seriously, hold together? I just... I have to wonder, honestly. I have to wonder, like... Did they implement it as tap to gather and then found it too confusing for the new player they just kidnapped in London, Ontario to test it out? Like, they grabbed someone off the street, like, hey, we're making this change for new players, and you've never played Warframe, so gather the plant. And the person went, okay, press X. Oh, that felt a little easy. They went, shit, it felt easy. Make it hold. Make it hold. That's the only conversation I can possibly understand that makes sense for adding this. Why? Just press X. We don't have to hold to open a locker. Please don't add that. We don't have to hold to pick up an Ireton star. It can be a little bit finicky at times, but we don't have to hold. Just press X. Just press. Anyway, yeah. So, making that simpler for players, sure, why not? The scanning was weird. Encounter rotating shop. Almost surprised we didn't have it sooner. Rhino cost changes, makes sense, love it. Still the thing about the times on it. Vor rework, we'll see it when it comes. Railjack, I've already said my piece on that. Give us 3 Solaris crew with 5 stars and everything. It's balanced. The Tar quest changes, I guess, makes sense. Love the introduction of additional inbox message and explanation transmissions. Great thing. Arbitration unlock. Great. Mars Junction. Mostly great. Mostly. When it comes to the purchase a weapon, no, please use the phrasing, using credits, purchase a, whichever weapon, blueprint from the market. That's what should be there. Otherwise, cool. Up here, defeat the Jackal twice to get different Rhino component blueprints and hard code it for the new player doing that. Hard code it that when they go in for the first couple of times, they are solo, even though they've joined up as public. If they go in as in a pre-made squad, then it's just a pre-made squad, whatever. They skipped around it. Otherwise, fine. Start building Rhino Warframe component, or make the components 1 minute. Either or. Not this. And then this, honestly, no comments. Just, this is correct. This is the right thing to do. Yeah. Captura is Captura. Shards extraction cost is just better. Ivara buff nerf combo. Not sure it was necessary. I don't actually agree with it. Dedicants, they've not understood why we're upset with it. Don't like that. Arbitration, Pity Shop, brilliant. Wild Cube Road, QOL, sure, why not? Eviscerators like them. This, colorblindness, make it blue-red, not green-red. This, please tell me the animation isn't finished. Arsenal, QOL, brilliant. Honestly, just brilliant. Warframe categories, feels weird. Yeah, there we are. And now going to go back up to the Valkyrie points? No, because it's nearly 11 PM here. You can scan plants from a distance instead of picking them up close. True, so that is a bit of a nerf there. You're very right on the plant spit, James. You're very right there. Alright. We've gone through the dev logs now. All dev workshopy stuff. We've gone through even trying to pseudo-simulate tests and shown that Valkyrie health tanking at EDA levels post-patch will be viable but risky. Also note, no one is complaining about slam changes. No, I got no complaints. It was cheesy as fuck. It was cheesy as fuck. I'm absolutely fine with that being addressed. They are. I feel like they're going to do something similar to Rev because he's a conversation ender. I think so. I think they are going to have a look at that at some point. How soon? Not sure. It's going to be something that's kind of looming there. They're going to be glancing up at it. They'll be like, eh. Like, there'll be furtive glances whenever it comes up, similar to every time Steve mentioned Spider Frame without knowing they were working on it. Every single time that kind of conversation is going to come up with Valkyrie now, Dee's just going to be kind of like, because it's just going to be looming. Whether they're working on it or just theorying it or realizing they can't touch it, whatever they conclude, it's just going to hover there. menacingly. Yeah. It'll be a thing. Cat Sentinel saying, give him a multiplying 50% damage reduction per stack of Mesmer skin. That is a curious one. That is a curious one. 2 stacks, 75%, 3 stacks, 87.5%, and so on and so forth. If you're at 10 stacks, you reduce the incoming damage to basically nothing at that point. But basically nothing is still more damage taken than no damage, so that is an interesting one, Cat Centaur. That is a very curious solution to it. Oh. The more I think about that, the more I like that. When you're down to your last charges, you get this pressing feeling. You can see you're taking more and more damage. I like that. Because it's not hard to get a lot of charges on him. Yeah, maybe the number would need to be scaled. Maybe it's 60%, maybe it's 70%, maybe it's 30%. Well, not 30. But that scaling effect of multiplying off itself, I genuinely like that. Because then if you're only handing out like a couple to your allies, they're getting some tank, but not like God tank straight up. It's not the I win button. And it again opens the door for the conversation, the logic of more multiplying damage reduction buffs elsewhere as well. I like that. I mean, it would stack with other damage reduction buffs. Ooh. Insomniac Gaming Theatre saying the problem is at high level Warframe, 0.1% damage from enemies will vaporize you. That is a further conversation in and of itself, of which we've had a lot of discussion about it just today on stream. So I'm not going to go through that full conversation again right now. His shield starts to make sense? Very true, Alex. Yeah. Very true. Because, to put it simply, invulnerability tanking is a conversation ender when it comes to, well, tanking in general. We need scaling, we need the ability to further invest for higher and higher levels. New mods, more powerful mods that replace existing ones, like Galvanized Chamber replaces Split Chamber. If we don't have that, then the conversation just keeps on coming back to immortality tanking through Shield Gate, Overguard Gate, and people now clamoring for Health Gate, and that is not healthy. Isn't that kind of power creep? Yes, it is, Petra. When you get given higher level content, you expect higher level rewards. That is literally power creep, and I am actively calling for it. Yes. I am not going to mince my words on that. I am actively calling for power creep. But specifically, you get it after the point of the content that you did with the older stuff. We get higher level content, higher level rewards to enable higher level tanking. Not just immortality button go burr. Problematic power creep is when old stuff isn't relevant. But Galvanized Chamber hasn't made Split Chamber irrelevant because you get Galvanized Chamber so much later than Split Chamber. Actually, that's slightly changed now. That has slightly changed with arbitrations moving to Eris Junction rather than every node completed. But it's still much more expensive to rank up. Like, a lot more expensive. So, a little bit. What rate do you have them fall off? Is it just 1 per hit with no delay, then it'll just vanish like old Rev did? That's again a balancing factor, Captain Havoc. We've not finished a thought on Revenant exactly in that we haven't said, yep, this is the finalized build, ship it. It's brainstorming level. It's brainstorming. Bookkeeper, could use a bit of clarification on how status works with percents and how they work. Oh, that's completely different to what's going on here. What clarification do you need, Bookkeeper? Also, you're probably in an advert at the moment, but if you're not, what clarification do you need? Lord Nightmare said, we need a new set of endgame mods like Galvanized set, but 1 higher. I don't mean specifically Galvanized++, because it's not the damage mods that are a problem. We already hit damage cap with so many different weapons. It's tank buff. It's tank buff. Because if you are using what do you call it? If you're using just Seal Fiber or Umbral Fiber, that's it. That's as far as you get. And you get that at, what do you call it? The Sacrifice. You get Blind Rage on Deimos. Not Deimos Steel Path. Not Deimos Whispers in the Walls. Just boring old Deimos. Not boring, but boring. So early into the game. And then we just never get anything better. There are so many aspects of modding for Warframes that they just don't get better. Sure, we pick up some arcanes, but those arcanes are competing with each other, and there's still all these gaps in the mods which could have direct upgrades, not necessarily to their own stats, but to other things they can provide to you, which again leads into the whole tanking discussion. You just rage but can't see. Or Thraxian Rage. You get 99% strength, minus 55% efficiency, just like now, but also a tank buff in there, like minus 50% damage taken. Something like that. You think Monopoly heard me talking shit the other day because every ad is Monopoly? No, that's Twitch, I'll be honest. Twitch doesn't know how to sell ads properly, so you'll just get the same ad each time. They're really bad at selling ads. They really are. Really bad at it. Let's see. So I was looking for from Bookkeeper. Has Bookkeeper responded with the more detail? I don't see a message from them. Nope. Okay. Don't know what they're stuck on then. Oh well, I tried. Sometimes back to back. I know some Twitch ads are abysmal. They always have been. They're not going to get better anytime soon. Porfin saying, to be fair, they've done some of that recently with Precision Intensify. That's more of a side grade. Like, it has buff potential, but it is much more of a side grade. And whilst I get side grading, sometimes you just need an upgrade. Some mods just need an upgrade option. Galvanized Chamber is a direct upgrade. Most of the Galvanized mods are slightly more side grade-y, because they didn't want to completely overwhelm it, but honestly, just once we're at the tier where we are so far past where we've come from, the fact that we're still using some of those old mods is actually kind of out of date. It's actually kind of out of date. Def Scholar saying, I feel like DE doesn't understand they can make high power, high capacity mods that are inherently not OP because you'll hit mod capacity eventually. I guess. I mean, we're limited on mod slots, let alone mod capacity, which is again why I'm calling for direct upgrades. Let me take something out safely and put something else in that's just better. If we're doing level 400 content, why am I still using the vitality I got in Vor's Prize? Eh? Don't talk to me about Archon Vitality. It doesn't apply most of the time. You're still surprised how little armor the Archon mods give? Is there an Archon Fiber? I don't know. Intensify, continuity, flow, stretch. Oh, Boreal Amaran Search. Right. No, I see where you're going there. I see. Sorry. The bonuses you get from the mods named after the Archons, not the Archon mods. Got it. Yeah. Does that mean we could get a stronger Equilibrium? I mean, it got buffed a lot, but an Equilibrium that does something else as well, Zom? Sure, why not? Why not? Add actual mod upgrades, bring a mod to an NPC with some resources, they'll upgrade it into a new useful mod. I'm more of the position of a different mod you get from said location to replace it. That old mod, you can still use it in places, it's fine. You're not having to upgrade and now you're locked out of the old mod or something like that. Because sometimes they have places, and sometimes you just want to use the lower tier one. So yeah, Archon Vitality doesn't give more health? No, but it does do something else. But for the tank discussion, it's not doing anything new, correct. Yeah, the bot has been loving the use of the word drop today. There's been so many reasons to say the word drop and not talking about Twitch drops. The poor bot, it doesn't know what to do. This doesn't usually happen. We rarely use the word drop in chat here, and now it's been used like 50 times today. Sorry, bot. It's still legit at least. True. We did open up the stream today with someone going, I hate ads, and the bot responded to that. Try it for yourself. If you say, I hate ads, and see exactly what the bot said, it was the perfect opener. From my opinion, at least. I don't think the other person appreciated it. Oh, thanks, Steph Sculler. Wow. To see someone say, I hate ads, it just triggers on ads. But they said, I hate ads. And the bot responds, hate ads? Subscribe or get Twitch Turbo. And they're gone. Dear. Let's after quite long saying, so you think instead of changing enemy damage scaling, we should get like insane HP armor value mods? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Here's the thing with changing enemy damage scaling. If we flatten the hell out of that, then we basically remove any meaning to levels. If I can tank equally well at level 150 and 1050, what is the point of level numbers? Why give levels numbers if we're going to flatten the scaling? Whereas if we buff into it, oh yeah, I got a health tank that can tank level 2000. That's cute. Mine can tank level cap. What? You know, that kind of thing. I will never do that kind of recreation again. Dear God, that was the cringiest thing I've done all evening. Oh, that felt bad to do. Oh. Good God. It's a good thing there isn't a clip button. Anyway. There's the arcane for strength for HP. Arcanes. The arcane slots are only 2 of them, and they're so competitive, it's hard to bring in an arcane that's good enough. Whereas mods, we've got room. Mods, we've got room to just replace them with upgrades. Upgrades, people, come on now. There was a movie about this years ago. I watched it as a kid. I think I was a kid at the time. Shit, how old is the movie? Those of you old enough know which one I'm on about. Chaos asking for one of the secret menus. Let's see, do I want this one? Nope, this one. Nope, this one. That one, I like it. It's got a nice fade to it. You're saying in addition to doing what I'm saying? Nah. Oh wait, sorry. I thought you were someone else's comment. No, the arcane for strength HP. Yeah, arcanes in addition to what I'm saying. Sure. Yeah, just more upgrades in general. Yeah, that's fine. Movie came out in 2005. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I was 12. That's still a kid. What am I most excited for from the dev stream? What am I most Spider Frame. Come on now. Is there a more correct answer, unless you're gooning? It's Spider Frame. Brand new Warframe, sign me up. Brand new Warframe is Spider Frame from Duviri? What? Alright, let's find out. I gotta know more about that. I gotta know more about that. You can also go in for Spider... Don't fuck the bio-infested android arachnid. Just... no. Okay? There are so many different schools of thought, so many different disciplines of science, and every single one of them, to a point, is saying, no. Bad. I don't have a spray bottle, but I'll get the spray bottle. It's bad. You don't think that was something I'd have to say? Yeah, welcome to Warframe 2025. The developers goon harder than the players. We ain't got a chance. We ain't got a chance. Anyway, I think that is everything we could possibly go through at this point in time right now. Gotta say, Pablo, this is not the best work, but at the very least, opening up this conversation, it's overdue. It's overdue. That is where we're going to wrap it up there. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit at the edge of exhaustion, so I'm not going to look into a raid today, because frankly, I have not got the energy to follow up on a raid. So we're just going to wrap it up there. I'll be live again on Wednesday for some more good old Warframe. But in the meantime, you have yourselves a wonderful start to your week. I hope you've had a good digest of all of this here. And Zom, very quickly to you specifically, for reasons you know why, was this to your satisfaction? Oh yeah, the raffle. Oops. Sorry, guys. All right, everyone got tickets? Thanks, mods. Thanks. Tickets. Get your tickets for the raffle. Tickets. Exclamation mark ticket for a chance to win it. Exclamation mark raffle if you just want the details. Exclamation mark ticket in the chat for a chance to win that 75 plat. We're giving that away in a few seconds because for the first time in months, that one nearly slipped my mind. I'm sorry. Well, it did slip my mind, so I'm double sorry. Zombie's not satisfied because we forgot the raffle, so went too far in the other direction. Zom. You're supposed to be on my side here. Zom. Bleeping bleeper. Exclamation mark win. I appreciate your moxie there, Apollo. I appreciate the attempt. Unfortunately, no. Nice try. I don't think I've seen that one yet. Genuinely don't think I've seen that. Alright then. That's enough time to grab tickets. If you haven't grabbed a ticket now, don't care. So let's see. The winner today of the Platinum giveaway, it's going to be Voodoo Ray Ray. Voodoo Ray Ray, congratulations. You are the winner of the Platinum giveaway today. I'll be contacting you shortly after the end of this stream before I pass out. Get a hold of your Warframe username, platform, and if you got cross-save turned on or not. We'll get that sent on over to you there. Voodoo Ray Ray going woot. Nice simple woot. Gotta love that. Sorry, Voodoo, I've just had to look at your messages here. I mean, no judgment, just that's one hell of a lurk. Mind if I share? Any complaints on me sharing that? Whilst I wait for your answer, let me send you a smiley face, so I'll open up the Twitch DM with you so you can send the details through there. Sure? Yeah, okay, good. So, today, Voodoo Ray Ray indeed grabbed a ticket at 14 minutes past 7, so 14 minutes into the stream, Voodoo Ray Ray grabbed a ticket. Their previous message was ticket, and then there was ticket, and then ticket, and then ticket, and then ticket, and then ticket, and I gotta say, this is like clockwork. Pretty much every single ticketable stream, Voodoo Ray Ray's there, within the first hour, grabbing a ticket. Nothing else. Oh, sorry, I tell a lie, there was something else. Voodoo Ray Ray thanked Mirrorlabe. Otherwise, tickets. A bot? No. I have it on good authority. Voodoo Ray Ray is indeed a real person. In fact, I think I can see the last time Voodoo Ray Ray won because there is another ticket message followed by woot. So, if you've won before, I think I just found when it happened. You are the opposite of digital extremes. You've not got a lot to say, but you're damn fucking consistent. I love it. Absolutely love it. Alright then. Sorry, Ellie, beat you to the punch on that one. Alright, now we've done the plat raffle. Voodoo Ray Ray, you've got the smiley face in DM there, so if you just send over your Warframe username, if you've got cross-save turned on or not, and what your platform is, and we'll get that all sorted out for you. Everyone else, thank you very much for joining in. I am about to collapse. I will see you in the next one on Wednesday. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Something's wrong.